Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 290. Whoa. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Raygun. Chris, how are you today, my friend?
I'm having a rough time shaking off those noises from before the show, but like,
yeah, we
I'll put them at the end so people can watch after the credits.
Yeah, when we do our clap sync, and then I said something like, "Ooh,"
yeah, it didn't, yeah, and it didn't, that threw me off to a degree that is quite frankly shocking.
Yeah. It sounded a little bit, and when I just did it in my own mind's ear, it sounds like Mrs. Swan, kind of from Mad TV. Do you guys remember that character?
Yeah.
Like the mildly offensive Asian character. You know, oh god!
You don't remember Mrs. Swan, Dustin?
No,
that's like one of the only things from Mad TV I remember. Really,
I remember my friend showing me all the different clips of Coach Hines from Mad TV, which is now that's Keegan. No, who is that?
Keegan Michael Key,
right? Is that him?
Or I think it was
one
of them, and I'm sorry, I'm looking up the picture of her so you can see.
Oh yeah, it's Keegan Michael Key. I was right.
Yeah, here. This is just a random article. I don't know, but in the chat here, Dustin. Yeah, that you can see. That's Miss Swan at the top.
Yeah, Alex
Borstein. Yeah, or Borstein. Doesn't she do? She does Lois. Yeah, in Family Guy.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
So I don't know, man. Chris, good to see you. Anything going on in your life that's fun and we want to talk about right now? Apropos of nothing?
No, not really. This has actually been like a remarkably like a nothing week. I don't know how to describe it. I might as well have just blinked from the last episode.
Yeah, and here you are.
And then just opened my eyes and like here we are yet again.
Right.
You know, it was a very, very uneventful. But not that that's a problem. Sometimes that's good.
Yeah, no news is good news, as the old saying goes.
Right.
I had the exact opposite kind of situation this week where this is just TMI, but I'm just going to tell you. I was wondering if I should tell you guys this or not, but I'm going to tell you because we like to be honest and forthright with everyone, which is
a
couple days ago, I was really dehydrated, I guess. So I took a poop and the poop was so hard that it like cut my butthole when it was coming out.
Oh.
And it hurt so bad. And then it kind of feels better today. But yesterday I was in like, I had to like, be like, I got to go to bed or something because like it's just
sit on a pillow.
Yeah, like I can't sit on this thing. What an unfortunate situation that was. You know, I was like, holy Christ, that really did a lot of damage.
How could you possibly be that dehydrated?
I don't know. I work out pretty hard every day, and I must have just not drank much water. And it was one of those poops with the circumference where it's like, how would this even get through you anyway? So it was that plus it was like bite the pill or you're going in dry kind of situation.
This is the load.
Right.
And it's got to fit through.
Right.
It's like a camel through the eye of a needle.
It's got no lubricant because it was one of those poops where you don't have to wipe, you know? So you can imagine. Anyway.
First of all, no such thing as that. But I think like let's not encourage people to be less hygienic than they need to be. But I'm struggling to imagine like how you could possibly drink so little water that's possible. Like the last time that happened to me, I must have been anything like that even happened to me. I must have been like maybe in high school where I drank no water for months probably because it was just like teas and lemonades and that's it. You know.
Good shit.
We often say that Dagan and I that our parents never told us to drink water even one time. Like no one in my life ever says like you should drink some water. It just wasn't a thing that people did. I don't know. Like water bottles always existed, but I feel like that's a product of the 90s where people started being like, oh, I'm going to drink a Poland Spring water bottle or whatever. So anyway, and by the way, I'm not trying to tell people to be unhygienic. You still wipe, but it's one of the wipes where it's like nothing is happening. You wipe again, nothing happens. You don't have. I've had those poops anytime. Frankly, the only thing that was on those wipes was blood. Mike is laughing in the background, by the way. I hear her laughing in the back.
You tore yourself a new asshole.
I definitely did. Yeah. I definitely did. Dustin Furman, executive producer, welcome to the show. How are you today, my friend?
Doing fine. My asshole's in prime condition.
Yeah, good.
For the time being.
I'll be the judge of that.
For now. Anything can happen throughout the course of the show.
Can't be prime. Maybe fine. Certainly not prime.
Show it to us.
Prime, I mean... who knows? I'm doing all right. How do we transition from that?
Yeah, I don't know.
The only thing new in my life is, first of all, my ear reveal on sacred symbols.
Oh, yeah.
Using the in-ears.
Yep.
I like them so far. It's a big change, but we'll see how it goes. Second, Colin, I texted you about this, but it's a big deal. I know how highly you've talked about your Lazy Boy recliner.
Mm-hmm.
I bought a Lazy Boy couch, and I'm very, very excited. I have had shit couches my entire adult life. This futon was my first couch, which I think my dad got in like 2007 or something. It's just been in with my family for years. Then my next couch, when I moved into this house, was from Big Lots. And I think I got the couch and the love seat for $700 combined. So
nice price. You truly get what you pay for, though.
You do, and especially in the comfort department for years now, I've been suffering. So I made the investment. I'm very excited about it.
I'm so excited for you.
4 to 6 weeks though on the delivery.
It's long. Dude, mine was even longer. It depends on the
during
product.
COVID.
That probably has something to do with it, because back here is a Lazy Boy couch. I have a Lazy Boy couch and recliner set in the loft, and then I have a recliner downstairs. My regular like couch sectional is not a Lazy Boy. It's I don't know, it's some other nice brand. I don't know how to interior designer do stuff for me, but I always wanted a Lazy Boy. So yeah, that's what I did as well. And they're great. They really are great. And dude, I bought Ashley furniture once. No offense to Ashley furniture, if that's what you have or whatever. But when I moved to Santa Monica, I bought that shit sucked so bad that I was like, you couldn't take it back or anything like that. I was like, get this. I literally just threw it away after 2 weeks. I'm like, bye. This thing, I'm not even going to try to give this to anyone. It is so bad that it's like comical.
How could a couch be that bad though?
Dude,
like,
it was just so... It was like, there was no thought into the ergonomics or whatever of it at all. Like you sat up so high. The cushions they were just, I don't know, they were chock full of cotton and it was so uncomfortable. They like would basically like you'd be sitting on top of a bubble almost. It was very weird and I hated it. So I got a custom couch after that. And you truly do get what you pay for in the comfort department. I think beds, like mattresses, couches, truly, dude, you really, if you can, save for something good, because I think it makes all the difference. So I'm so glad that you got a lot. Dude, shout out to Lazy Boy.
Shout out, not a sponsor, but hey.
I'm open to it.
Always open to it.
I'm totally open to it as a real customer of Lazy Boy. And, you know, I spent a lot of money there. They stopped actually because we stopped kind of going. We don't really need any more furniture, but we bought 3 things in somewhat rapid succession, like maybe within a year. And then we started getting invited to like, you know, come to the early opening and all of that. I'm like, no, I'm like, how much what do you think I'm doing? Like, where am I going to put all this stuff? I'm full. I'm good now. Although my recliner is like getting pretty rickety because I'm like always in it and it's always like going on and off. It's an electric one. And the dogs are always in it. It's totally going to fall apart at some point soon. And I don't really mind because when I think about it, I'm like, I beat the shit out of this thing. So that's fine. Chris, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I just don't trust recliners. I can't do it.
Oh, I love
like
it.
There's something about I can't remember who instilled this in me, if it was my dad or like some neurotic family member or what, but like the more moving parts anything has, the fewer uses it has. So like my parents told me, like somebody put it in my mind. I can't remember who it was, but like I remember I pulled the lever on a recliner in my parents' house once. And they said, you know, that's one less use for the future that you'll have on this thing. And I couldn't stop thinking about that exact thing. So like from then on out, I only had like a big kind of like comfy chair with like ottomans. Like if I needed to raise my feet, I was just like, I'll bring an ottoman out or something like that. But I have like a really uncomfortable couch right now, kind of intentionally. So nobody wants to stay over for too long. It's like a little strategy where it's like, all right, well, you're fine. You're fine for like maybe 3 days, and then you got to find somewhere else. And it's like, okay, good. But it has like a pull out bed part to it, which is like fine. But like it's so complex. There's there's wheels. There's like a whole system in it. It's like there's no way this is lasting another like year before this thing is falling apart. Like impossible.
The pull out bed situation is funny to me just because I don't have one, because it's like, you're not staying here.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
really more for
That's
like me
what
when like my parents are here.
I
You know?
know. We have a spare bedroom, thankfully, where we have a queen bed or whatever for guests. But yeah, just pull. God, I've slept on so many fold out couches when you really think about it. Some of them are horrible. Some of them are pretty surprisingly good.
Mhm.
You know, this couch is pretty comfortable. I've laid on this couch before.
Ben slept on that couch
Oh,
during
nice.
before Sacred 200, I think.
Right
when
on.
I moved to California, it was so fucking hot, and I was like kind of sleeping on a couch in my friend's place before I could find somewhere to live. It was so freaking hot, and that couch absorbed so much heat that I had a blanket that I would throw in the freezer for 20 minutes,
Oh,
and then
yeah.
I would grab it and then wrap myself in the cold blanket and then try to just go unconscious before the heat would before the cold would go away, and it worked. I got really good at it. But those were dire times.
I feel like you've said that before. That tickles something in me.
Yeah. It's an old. This is probably one of the first stories we told on the show. But
Old lore. That's good shit.
old lore.
There's so much lore.
The old lore of Sacred. Someone should put that in a hardbound leather book.
Yeah, like
be
a
cool.
Destiny Grimoire book. That'd be sick.
Yeah.
Okay. Welcome to the show, boys. Good to be here with you guys. Happy to be here with you guys today. Big episode today. Lots to talk about. Nothing like major, but just lots of things to talk about nonetheless. A lot of items to get through, but we appreciate all of you guys joining us here. And remember, you can get us 3 days early and ad-free over on Patreon. Patreon.com/lastdaymedia. I don't know where we're at now. Let's see. 13,600 plus paid subscribers monthly, which is absolutely absurd and amazing. Sacred Symbols obviously is our flagship, but we have many podcasts, and for $5 a month, you can get early ad-free access to all of them. That's 6 shows a week. We think the value is very, very high indeed, and we appreciate your support over there. But of course, you can listen to us on free feeds and find us on podcast services, and it would be nice if you left us reviews on those podcast services and followed us on YouTube if you'd like to get our videos there and so on and so forth. I thought you guys would be uplifted by this. Nick Waterman wrote in. Remember, one of the perks for supporting us on Patreon is you can write in on the weekly thread. Says, hi, Colin and gang. I just wanted to thank you for seizing the moment and bringing Brad on board. Until recently, I was one of the Reset era types who thought that Last Stand Media was something I shouldn't listen to. It was Gene who made me reflect on my position as he valiantly argued your case on Reset era before he got his banned. So, by the way, Gene was banned from Reset era for defending us. I started listening before Christmas and was honestly wowed by how nice you all are and how interesting your various conversations are. I became a patron almost immediately and was delighted to see Brad join you. Keep up the good work, and I hope more people open their minds up to you just like me. Thank you. It's a nice feel-good story.
Absolutely.
Shout out to Reset Era, who does send us people. I mean, the reality is, because Brad and I talked about this, about the straw that broke the camel's back. Like, if Reset Era didn't react the way they did to your appearance on Frame Trap, he would have never been here. Like, they are totally responsible for us acquiring an amazing talent like Brad. And I hope you guys keep the heat up so we can keep recruiting great people if need be. So find someone new that's talented that you hate, drive him out with your insanity and your degeneracy, and then we'll make a show with them, and we'll call it something else with the acronym SS, which for some reason we keep falling into.
Oh man,
Nick, welcome aboard, my friend. Thank you for being here, and I appreciate your kindness. Sacred Symbols Plus. We did the Insomniac breakdown, and that's available for everyone now because I told you guys I promised I would bring that out. The Fantasy Critic picks, that was fun to do. The JRPG boys, a gathering of me, Gene, Brad, and Dustin. Sans Maddie. A lot of people were upset that Maddie wasn't there. It's like, did you listen to the show when we talked about that? But Maddie will be on in the future when we talk about JRPGs. He just had a scheduling conflict. I recorded what I think I called something like the Chaos Show or something like that with David Jaffe. That will be the next episode of Sacred Symbols Plus. There is a part of this episode that is so out of left field that I was thinking about, like, should we just cut this? It's literally like him talking about how big his dick is. And then it goes on all over there. Like, I don't even know how it came up. I don't remember. Then it ends with him watching, like, not on the show, but him watching it, like, and his reaction on the show of a dude sucking his own dick. And I said, look carefully and maybe I can see it in the coronas of your eyes or whatever. And we can do a little bit of a meta thing like that. And then we just went right back into the rest of the conversation. And I'm like, that is
Did you say coronas?
Yeah, that's right. Isn't that the
cornea, you mean? Are there? Is there a Corona?
Corona. Yeah, that's what it is. Corona. Yeah,
Some people got the corona in their eye. Let me tell you.
You're right. Corona is part of the sun. Yeah, the cornea of your eye. And you're right. You're totally right. And it was, and so, but what was funny is we just went right back into the show, and I'm like, what was that?
See, that sounds like it's you've entered Snark Tank territory in that instance. That sounds like just complete chaos. Yeah,
it was awesome. It's hysterical. It's a funny episode. First of all, we begin. Jaffe interrupts me 5 seconds into the show because I always introduce him as legendary games designer, and he's like, we got to really talk about that. And I'm like, so we tried to figure out what would be the proper descriptor, and I was like, so we settled on storied games designer, David Jaffe, and we talk about the state of PlayStation, The Last of Us Online's cancellation, what we think is going on with subscription services, what we think is going on with all these layoffs, art AI. I mean, it's a great talk. I think you guys are really going to love it. So over on Sacred, and the Phallus talk as well. So Sacred Symbols Plus over on patreon.com/laststandmedia. Enjoy it. Love it. Appreciate you guys. Couldn't do without you. Merch, laststandmedia.store. Now, Ben sent me an important thing this morning. You weren't CC'd on this, I don't think. Maybe you're BCC'd on it. It's event info. So people remember last week we announced that we're going to do a 300th episode celebration in New York City. Here are the details that you need. And actually, Luke Childs wrote in and said, "Hey, Colin and crew, any idea on ticket pricing for the 300th episode event yet? Is this considered an 18 and up event? My son is 13 and wants to come. He is a big fan of punching up. It would make for a cool father-son trip from Florida to New York. Are you guys planning on a hangout afterward? Would love to grab a slice of pizza. Keep fucking that chicken with consent, of course." Luke, stop fucking the chickens. Thank you for writing in. I don't know about I would assume it's all ages. I don't know why it wouldn't be. I personally don't think our show is for all ages, though I will say that. Like, I don't think our show is for 13-year-olds. But if you are comfortable with that as the parent, that has nothing to do with me. So that's totally fine. But
there's some heinous shit on punching up. I feel bad. That's his favorite show. I mean, we were talking about Luigi's genitals last week.
I saw that.
Yeah. We're always talking. I mean, it has Gene on it, and that just adds its own.
Yeah, he is a degenerate in his own way, isn't
flair.
It? Yeah, he is. So, all right. So, Luke, thank you for writing in. So, yeah, we have information for you. Here it is. As we said, so the date is March 24th. It's a Sunday. The show will run from 7 to 10 p.m. You asked Luke if we would be hanging out afterwards. We're not, but we're going to do a VIP session beforehand. And we'll have more information when the tickets go on sale on that. The VIP tickets will be limited. You'll have the VIP session beforehand. It'll be like a Q&A, meet and greet sort of thing with pictures and all the rest. It's at the SVA Theater in Manhattan, March 24th, like I said, 7 to 10 on that Sunday. Tickets will go on sale for patrons on January 26th at 1 p.m. Eastern. For Last Stand patrons at any level, tickets will go on sale for the show January 26th at 1 p.m. Everyone else will get access, if there's remaining tickets, and I assume there will be, on January 29th at 1 p.m. And you can get those tickets via our Patreon. We'll make the post there, and then we'll make it public so everyone can see it at that time. There will be a ticket site, however, tinyurl.com/sacred300, if you want to remember that. And there'll be a password to use anyway, so we'll let you know at that time. Opening podcast. We have an opener, and it's the Iron Lords podcast. I was very pleased to make this happen. Because we were trying to make it happen, and then we thought there was a scheduling conflict, but then I guess that wasn't true after all. I don't really know what happened with that, but we were able to get Iron Lords to come. So that's Cog's podcast that he does on Sundays, I think. I've been on it several times. You've been on it too, right, Dustin?
I have.
And Chris, you've been on it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a fun show. They have a fun show over there. And so we're really pleased to have them on board, and we're looking forward to that. And everyone from the Last Stand family will be there, with the exception of Maddie, who will be at PAX, and Lockmort, who is in Europe. And so there will be, that's basically all the details. So really what you need to know, March 24th, SVA Theater, Manhattan, Patreon, tickets, January 26th at 1 p.m. Everyone will be there but Maddie and Lockmort. The Iron Lords are opening. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm really looking forward to it. And I think that's basically it. Is there anything else that we should say? Oh, there's a thing about merch. Merch will be available to purchase with tickets. Not all merch with tickets. Okay, so I think we're going to be doing like a special T-shirt, a poster, a sticker pack, and you can actually pre-order your merch, which we started to do for the first time, I think, in Houston last year. So there's gonna be all sorts of options. Now, in the letter, Luke asked about pricing. I'm still working on this with Ben. These tickets are going to be more expensive than any of our tickets in the past. There's like no doubt about that. The reality of this is, and I feel like our show thrives on transparency. Like when I told you that I pooped a hard brick and ripped my butthole open.
Right.
I want, like, we're not really doing this for the gratuitous profit. There's a nice profit in it, but it's like it's not like a drive for us. It's a fraction of what we make. Like our profit on this will be a fraction of what we make on Patreon in a month. So it's when you see the prices, which are going to probably be something like $80, maybe something like that to go to this show, please understand that it's a product of doing a show in New York City and a product of getting everyone there. Our show has more, like our company has more people than ever. We have to put all these people up. And then we have to rent this venue in really one of the premier cities in the world. So I know money's tight out there. I'm not trying to shake you upside down. Please understand that we're not walking out of here with like a $50,000 profit or something. It's simply not the case. Like,
Yeah.
you know, and really what we make most of our profit on is merch. And so I just want to be transparent about that it's going to be a little bit more expensive than typical, but that really is a product not of me trying to claw more money out of you, but just trying to get a venue in New York City. It's somewhat cost prohibitive, but we're really excited about the show. I think the venue is going to be great. I think the show is going to be awesome. I'm so excited to have everyone there. I'm excited to have ILP with us. And yeah, that's it. So we'll see you there.
Colin,
March
one
24th.
note.
Yeah, please.
I just want to put out for people that if you want to buy a ticket and you see the merch pre-order, the merch pre-order is a guarantee that you're going to get those items. We will have some on hand if you want to get them there, but not enough to guarantee one necessarily for everybody. So if you want it, do it now in the pre-order. It's the safest bet. We will have some of our other items there. Not everything that we have, just because we have to ship everything up to New York. So we're going to be leaning more towards our Sacred and General Last Stand merchandise. So if you want to get some of that stuff there while you're there, cool. But yeah, make sure to pre-order if you want. Dude, the shirt is based on the design that we put out, the Mega Man design that says Sacred 300. It's going to be so cool. So just want to put that note out there.
Yeah, I'm excited about it. I'm looking forward to it. And yeah, as far as, and Luke also asked, and some people asked this, like hanging out and all that, like we can't, it's not meant to be like, look at how big the show is or whatever. It's not possible to do that kind of stuff anymore at the scale that the show is and the amount of people that we're inviting to the show, where like we would just meet and greet and hang out and stuff like that. That's why we have the VIP session, so we can do that with a select amount of people. So I'm sorry about that. It's just not possible because we used to we did that a lot at IGN and Kind of Funny, but it was different than it is now. And so I appreciate everyone's patience on that. So if you want to meet us and hang out with us, I'd love for that to happen. Just grab yourself a VIP ticket and we can definitely hang out for a little while. But that's because it's just like, even if there's no space, there's no time, right? We're paying for this place by the hour, which is interesting. Mm-hmm. Like it's not like a full buyout for the day. So anyway, we're looking forward to that. So again, the show is on March 24th in New York City at 7:00. Patreon tickets, January 26th at 1 p.m. Can't wait.
Hell
Thank
yeah,
you.
dude.
Yeah, Chris, you excited? You gonna?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm so excited to do a show in New York City. It's insane. Mm-hmm. It's so weird. I thought because I mean, well, I don't want to say anything about future plans, but like I assumed the next show would be like somewhere very, very different. So I'm stoked.
I do think the next show will be somewhere very, very different. I mean, I'll be very transparent with you guys. We want to do a show in California next, and San Diego is the city that I'd like to do it in. So we're going to see if we can make that happen. I think Ben's already well working on that. And then ultimately at the end of the year, we want to come to London. That's the goal. Right. I see some people's disappointment that we haven't come to Europe yet. And this goes back into just me being brutally honest. It is very expensive to do what we want to do in Europe. Yeah. It's not even if, I believe when we do a show in London, you have to understand that we will make no money on it. Like we're doing it if we break even, we'll be lucky. And we're doing it to see our European fans. Like we have a huge European audience. I don't want to, we make fun of you all the time, but I don't want to ignore you and and leave you out in the cold. So that's not the idea at all. It's just like we had a London show kind of priced out actually last year, which is why we talked about it so confidently. And it's crazy expensive. It's not only expensive to get the space in a place like London, but it's expensive to get everyone there. I mean, that's the major thing is we have to get everyone there. And that's a problem. So we are working through it. But when that show happens, we will make no money on it. I mean, I just can't imagine we will. And for people that want us to do the show somewhere else, either in the UK or on the main, on the continent, no. I mean, London's where the show is going to be. I mean, that just makes the most sense. It's the easiest place for everyone in the UK to convene, even though I know it's in the far south. It's where the most amount of people live. And it's easiest for people in Europe to get there as well. So that's where the show will be. But
Colin, do you know, I found this on YouTube. You can divide your audience by major cities. London is our number 2.
Oh, wow.
As far as, I mean, I'm guessing most of the audience is kind of spread out in between, but like number 1 is New York. Number 2 is London. 3, Los Angeles. 4, Toronto. 5, Melbourne, Australia. And
yeah, I mean,
Sydney.
that's another thing where it's like that would just be so expensive. Like Australia can never happen, I don't think, unless we were able to do a show with literally more like 1,000 people probably, which I don't think we could do.
Is number 1 really New York for the audiences?
Yeah, let me make sure. I was just looking at the last 2 weeks, and I'm trying to change it over to 2023, and it's not.
I mean, I believe
loading.
that we're an American podcast with an English speaking American podcast in New York City is the highest concentration of people, so that makes sense.
Yeah. It's just, that's cool. That's sick.
And then LA. So I don't want to. I'm not particularly fond of LA. To be honest with you, I did live there for 3 years, and there's just a lot of ghosts there for me, so I don't really want to be there. And I love San Diego. Like, I think San Diego is so dope, and it's very close to LA. I mean, it's with a 90-minute drive, so I think that's where we'll go. Plus, we can go to Eric Castro's bars and get fucking destroyed.
Hell yeah!
All right. Anything else here to talk about? No. Luke, thanks for writing in. So yeah, I don't think there's a age. I haven't heard anything about an age limit. But I do want to reiterate. So if you want to have a father-son trip, more power to you. I do want to reiterate that I don't think our show is for 13-year-olds. But you are the dad. If I was a parent of a 13-year-old and heard some of the things said on this show, man, I'd be like, oh boy.
Gene said he's going to whip his dick out. So
holy shit.
Yeah.
Think about that. I guess if it's a 13-year-old boy, it's nothing he hasn't seen. But
what are you doing?
God. Yeah, well, let's just leave that at that.
Man, I didn't anticipate that.
No.
All right, so what do we have? Is there anything else that we have to say here? I guess that's it. Ben, thank you for the email. It was very comprehensive. Appreciate that. And I mean that. Sometimes when you compliment someone, you have to like assure them that you actually are complimenting them.
Yeah.
Everything in the modernity sounds passive aggressive.
It does. Everything feels inherently insincere because it's being said in the present.
Right. That's exactly right. And also, I think most people just don't take me very seriously because I'm always joking or being dumb about something. So it's hard to change those lanes. Everything feels like an insult.
Right.
All right. Let's get into topics of discussion as we begin to stretch our legs. What'd you say? I
said, here we go.
Oh, yeah.
You prepped us before the show for this first write-in, and I'm...
Well, yeah, because I wanted to just let you know that we're going to touch on this. I wasn't going to. Again, basically what I told myself in my mind is if no one writes in about this, then I'm just going to move on with my life. But people did. And so I think we should talk about it a little bit. Bryant wrote in, said, hi, Colin. What's your problem with fans making montages? After another disappointing season, I was happy to see fellow depressed Giants fans a depressed Giants fan had already compiled a montage of the team's league-leading 31 takeaways on YouTube. That's very impressive. Is that unpaid fan a loser for putting together a video of the team's only bright spot? No. I think what I said last week has been wildly distorted, which is funny because it comes from a part of the internet that wildly distorts everything. So why wouldn't this also be wildly distorted? I actually went in and wrote down what I said, and I'm going to read it so that people can hear it again, and it will be quicker than just playing it where it's a little more stretched out. Okay, this is what I said last week. Quote, and by the way, the lead into this was we were talking about Xbox games coming to PlayStation, right? Quote, I think a lot of the mentality that you're talking about, and this is me, is fed into not by normal people, but by really bad actors on social media that are so obnoxious, and on YouTube and other places too, that dwell in this console war space and then pretend that everyone dwells in that space too. It's a total projection, and it's crazy that this sort of mentality really does seep into people's brains and poisons it to the degree where I sit here and tell you, I think it would be a really great idea to get as many of these games as a service that PlayStation is making on as many platforms as possible, because it's the best path to salvation for their success. But these kinds of people are the kinds of people that make sizzle reels for Xbox and don't get paid for it. They make art, like key art of the studios. One person, remember, made a reel of Redfall footage before it came out and was like, look how good it is. It's like, dude, could you imagine Sacred Symbols ever doing something like that? Like making key art and fucking sizzle reels and making compilations to make a game look good. It's a comical clown show. And that's the stuff that sets the predicate for the way people talk about games in a lot of spaces. And it's those people that poisoned everyone into thinking that something like Sea of Thieves coming to PlayStation is the end of all things, end quote. I stand by every word of this. I didn't insult the Giants fan for making a compilation of the 31 takeaways. Again, very impressive in 17 games on YouTube. Is that person trying to sell you Giants season tickets? See, I'm a huge sports fan. See, I have my Islander sweatshirt on right now. And in fact, sports is a major part of my life. I don't really talk about it on the show because almost no one in my life cares, in my digital life. But NFL football especially is a major part of my life. I haven't missed a Jets game in a long ass time. Like a complete dedicated fan. And I get what you're saying, but I just read the quote to you. And I wasn't insulting people that do things like that. I'm insulting people that are selling you stuff and setting a cadence and a predicate for the way we talk about video games. There's nothing wrong with being a passionate fan of something or participating with the community or evangelizing something you love. But I'd argue you can't have it both ways. You can't do free, unabashed marketing for the biggest corporation in the history of humankind and then pretend that you have a single iota of credibility as a critic, a pundit, an analyst. You can't do endless PR no matter the situation and expect other people around you to go on like nothing is amiss with that approach. I've scrolled through these Twitter accounts. I've seen the way they interact with others. I see the stuff they put out into the world. I see the way they treat us. And it's not just one person. It's a collective of people that are virtually indistinguishable from each other, right? Like it's a hive mind. They all sound exactly the same, which is like unpaid PR. I'd argue that when your work reads like copy from the official communication of the company you supposedly cover, it's impossible not to look at that with suspicion. It's the textbook definition of being a shill. I looked it up. An accomplice of a hawker, gambler, or swindler who acts as an enthusiastic customer to entice or encourage others. An accomplice of a hawker, gambler, or swindler who acts as an enthusiastic customer to entice or encourage others. This word is thrown out about us all of the time and a lot of other creators that are good and creators by these kinds of people.
Meanwhile, Colin was like, how did God of War 2018 sell so much? That's the thing people have been mad about recently.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, that's us, the PlayStation shills.
Yeah. And by the way, I didn't use anyone's names. These people found this criticism themselves early, by the way, when the show was still on Patreon. So some of them support us on Patreon. Like or they stole the content. But when I saw this first circulating, I was like, wow, this is found quickly. And it's not that I'm trying to tell people not to do something or that they can't do something. I'm just noticing what they're doing. Mm-hmm. And I am completely over the target based on the reactions, by the way. Because again, I read you what I said. It's not as offensive as they're making it out. In fact, for people that are obsessed with clipping out others' content out of context, they did the same exact thing to this and proved the fucking point. By fixating, they didn't have anything to say about any of the other things I said, just about them making freak sizzle reels and key art for the biggest corporation in humankind's history. They didn't talk about how that kind of behavior sets the predicate, which is what I said, that kind of behavior is poisoning and toxifying our space, which it is. They had nothing to say about any of that. It's really weird that they just selected that, just like they just select things out of all sorts of different clips. And these are the same people who clip us out time and time again. intentionally and continuously taking us out of context and trying to make us look stupid. Like the completely out of context lies about Sony's showcase. Like people don't understand that plans can change from May to December. They like that's brain rot. You know, about the way I feel about exclusives. It's something I talked about with my friend Jez Corden on his show. And he was interested to hear it, where like people say Colin doesn't care about exclusives. It's like, I never said that. What I said was that when I look at a showcase, I don't look at the games that I'm looking forward to and try to judge them based on what's exclusive and what isn't. Who cares if I'm just excited about a game? But that's another way that they cut us out and tried to make us look stupid. And our long form content, these people don't have the patience to listen to it. And that's how they reduce things. And this goes back to the fixation about cutting something out of something someone says in greater context and then presenting it like that's all there is. And I don't know. It's crazy how much their content, I think, has poisoned the space. This stuff, these clips, these rumors, the endless venom virtually always starts in this community I'm talking about. And it goes for all of, like, it's really not a Nintendo thing. It's just PlayStation and Xbox. It should be clear that there are obnoxious ass PlayStation people. And by the way, if I've blocked you on Twitter, it's not for any other reason than I find you so annoying. Like, you can say basically whatever you want to me on Twitter and I won't block you. In fact, you guys might remember a few years ago, I unblocked everyone I've ever blocked and started again. But if you are so fanboyish, that's the only people I block on there. It's like, I cannot even take it anymore, seeing some of this stuff. And it's weird that when you notice what they're doing, when you actually give them the attention they're desperate for, that it sounds like they're basically going to cry. and they fixate on it.
Yeah.
They're allowed to say whatever they want about you. They're allowed to contort your views and lie about you and try to make you look like a clown and completely toxify the community with fanboyism and nonsense. Not fandom. I'm a fan of the Islanders. I have my custom-made Returnal shirt on. I'm not trying to sell you Islander season tickets, and I'm certainly not trying to sell you Returnal, which I think is not probably for most gamers. But that's the kind of content we do. And when you notice this, it's crazy how there's no self-reflection about how it all comes off. You know, it reminded me a lot of remember when that guy Florian Mueller, the lawyer, was covering the FTC stuff? And I had the gumption to ask why no one is talking about how this guy readily admits that he had or has been a client of, or that he has held as clients Microsoft and Blizzard in the past. And I simply asked, like, well, this guy clearly is biased, right? In fact, I was reading about him once where he was ordered in a different context to better disclose his connection to Microsoft. I think in the case of an Oracle related situation, Oracle, the company. And people like jumped down my throat about that, which I thought was just so strange. It's like, why are you jumping down my throat to point out something obvious like that? But then you have to put it in the context of that. Everything has to be framed to make the company you cover look good. And that's never been important to me with this show. I could care less if Sony looks good or not. And frankly, I'm not here to sell you PlayStation. I don't care. I love playing on PlayStation. I think we all do. But I think we keep it pretty real. And that's what I think differentiates our content from this kind of content. And this is why it actually matters, because we all have to share this space. And it's becoming increasingly intolerable to share it with people who have so little respect for gaming, so little respect for its history, the actual talent that makes, that covers it all, that makes it. They worship the biggest company, in this case, the biggest company in humankind's history, instead of being honest pundits that just call balls and strikes. And there are people in the Xbox space, lots of people that do it really well. My old friend Ryan McCaffrey is great at it. My friend Jez Corden is great at it. Great interviewer, great researcher, player of games. So it's doable, and it's easier than to do what they do because there are no preconceived notions. Like, since we don't have to wedge ourselves into any preconceived notion or outcome, like the outcome, it doesn't have to be question mark plus question mark equals PlayStation wins. And like we fill in the question marks. Rather, it's just like reality equals whatever happens. And I don't know. It's weird to me that these guys can take incessant shots at other people, distort the truth about what they say, misrepresent them time and time again with clips. Dude, you don't think we see it on YouTube. If you use one of our clips, it comes up on our YouTube backend that someone is using your footage. We never have once like copyright struck or whatever you would do. I don't care. I think it's your right under free use to say whatever you want about what I say. But I'm going to in turn say what I want to say about the things you do. I saw people making fun of the term sacred symbols. We didn't make it up. You know so little about video games. You know so little.
Wait, what was this?
They're like, they call their little show sacred symbol. It's like, dude, it's a term that has been used in PlayStation long before this show existed. Yeah. I wish I made it up, but I didn't. I own the trademark. You know, our logo is literally stained glass, as we've said, to make fun of the name. I don't get that. And then just to reduce it all to like jealousy and stuff like that. It's like, if you say so, dude. I'm happy to come on anyone's show to talk more about this. Because I think it's important that we have to be the gaming industry that we want to see.
Right.
Don't you think? And I want to see a gaming industry that has honest arbiters in it. And when I read PR, I want to know it came from the company, not from a person making content. Doesn't mean you can't do it. Do what you want.
Mm-hmm.
But I truly think that's strange. And it's antithetical to everything I understood about the way games are supposed to be covered. Doesn't mean I'm excited about things all the time. We love games, or we wouldn't do the show, but I don't know, man. I don't see like what and again, it reduces back to what I was saying, is that the greater thing I said was about the toxification of our space because of this. But they avoided that entire thing. So that's all I wanted to say. So I wasn't going to cover this unless people wrote in, but they did. And Brian, you wrote in. So no, is the Giants fan that made that montage? No. Is he a loser? No. Unless he's trying to convince you that the Giants are good.
Yeah.
And again, as a huge sports fan, I damn well there's a word for that. Do you guys know what the word for that is in sports? Homer. That's the word for it. Being a homer. And sports fans hate homers. Hate them. Marge. Yeah, and Homer Simpson, of course, too.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. I know I'm ranting and raving at this point, but it's just like, anyway, I was totally over the target, I guess. And I was surprised by the reaction of it. Just people were really fixated on what I said. And I think that, what do they say? Hurt dog yelps or something like that? Some saying like that.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's it. Anything else to say about this?
Yeah, just watch out. This is the bottom feeder content. This is the term that I love calling for. If you purely exist to react to what larger content creators say, by and large, or if that's how you get your views, sorry, not going to work for me. And you should, if you're a listener, find better content, because there's lots of great opinions out there, original opinions, original thoughts, and focusing on, again, like you said, the shilly aspect and just reacting to one another. It's like, come on, man, you can do better.
Yeah, that's just my opinion. You can take it or leave it. I mean, I'm not trying to tell you how to feel. And same thing with Dustin. Yeah, I agree 100%. It's okay once in a while to talk about what someone says or bring that into your content. But I agree with you. There are people that frame their entire content around that. And it would be impossible to imagine them existing without ridiculous headlines, a lot of these headlines, a lot of these thumbnails, ridiculous headlines, ridiculous thumbnails, ridiculous content. If they just said like, we're going to spend the next year only talking about video games, they would fail. And that's the real reality. All right. Brian, thank you for writing in. I'm glad I was able to clarify that. I don't really think that if you heard it in context, you would have been very insulted by what I said. But of course, when you're a fan of those kinds of content creators, you never hear anything in context. Understand that. Like nothing you hear is in context. And in fact, I'm going to show you guys in a little while a story that was circulating in the industry that has and is drawing major outrage. And the person that didn't even say what they're saying and no one went to look. But we're going to get into that. It's just the same. Like no one does the extra.
Yeah.
If someone would circulate something someone says, you should look at the context. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of just missing context in general with like a lot of, especially how news circulates on Twitter now with engagement bait and the fact that there's like a vaguely financial incentive to do it. It's like it's all fucked now. Like it's all completely. It was already bad before there was some weird financial incentive, and now it's just way worse. So
it truly is. It's awful. Because I think that we've said it before, Chris, ad nauseum, like the potential is limitless, and with like these tools. But it's being reduced to the lowest common denominators, this kind of bullshit. Yeah. And I'm sorry for noticing. I'm sorry that you guys do this and I noticed. Okay. Maybe leave us and our content out of your mouths if you don't want me to notice. Jefferson Wentworth wrote in, said, Colin, for someone as depressed as you are, how do you maintain the will to live trudging through these comments, questions, and thoughts and ideas every week? I don't know, man. I do well. I'm a quick reader. I like actually looking through the thread. Often people say really interesting stuff, but again, puzzled by the way some people write. I actually used someone's letter this week, guys, and I corrected it, but that was double spacing.
Oh, man.
Double spacing exists from old type font, pre-computer. You do not need to double space anymore.
Yeah.
This has been true for 50 years at this point.
I always thought it was like they made you do it in school so the teachers would have room to write notes about what you were, like in between sentences and stuff. That's what I always assumed that was for. So like in a context where you're not being graded, I don't really understand the point of double spacing at all.
I've never even thought of that context, to be honest. I was
that was my immediate assumption, because every time you would get like a note, it would always be like directly above the sentence. You know what I mean? So because otherwise...
no, I'm talking about double spacing in between a period and the beginning of a next. You're talking about...
Oh, okay. Yeah. I was thinking of like an essay, like essay double spaces.
No. That would be weird too.
Right.
I'm talking about like writing a sentence, period, space. Sentence.
Oh, that's bizarre.
Mm-hmm.
That comes from the old typeface rules and like newsprint and stuff like that. And people were taught that for a long time. But you don't have to do it anymore. So I had to go through and delete all that.
I never learned that. That's strange.
Well, that's good. It means that it's washing out. I did learn that when I was very young. And then by the time I was in middle school and high school, I was like, you don't do that. All right. Jefferson, I'm hanging in there. Thank you for writing in. Mitchell Stricker wrote in and said, Colin, let's get some quick thoughts on the NFL playoff picture. Who do you think the Super Bowl matchup is going to be? Any teams you want to see go all the way? I will hang up now, and quite frankly, so will Dustin and Chris.
Rude.
A lot of people wrote in about this, so I just wanted to speak about this too. The playoff football began last weekend and going into this weekend. There'll be another round, and I just wanted to congratulate the Lions. I'm really excited for the Lions and the Lions fans. There are 3 teams in the NFL that are considered to be the worst teams historically, and it's the Browns, the Jets, and the Lions. And the Browns were in the playoffs but got bounced, and the Jets haven't been in the playoffs in a long time, and they're probably now the worst of these teams, because the Lions, for only the second time in their existence, won a playoff game. And they've existed for, I think, since the 40s or 50s. And it's just amazing. People were crying in the stands. It was awesome. I loved it. It was great, dude. It was totally awesome. I was so amped for them. And so I'm really rooting for the Lions to go all the way. I think that would be so amazing. Even if they could just win this weekend and go to the championship game, I think would be huge. And they're playing at home, so they're going to have a great crowd behind them. So I'm excited about that. The AFC is a little more nebulous. I got Bills fans in my family, so I'm kind of pulling for the Bills. The Chiefs are getting a little old. It would be nice to see them get bounced. We have the bye week teams coming in with the Ravens and the Niners, so they should be pretty strong. But yeah, I'm rooting for the Lions. No doubt, rooting for the Lions. And it would be cool to see that on the AFC side. It would be cool to see the Texans go all the way with a rookie quarterback. Be very interesting. Mitchell, thank you for writing in, and all of you that wrote in about football. JB wrote in and said, hey, gentlemen, recently Chris has been bullied on X over his simping of Julia Louis-Dreyfus. Hoping to hear Chris's thoughts on the matter and whether he's been edging or gooning lately.
Oh no. Good Lord.
So Chris, what's I did see this. I mean, I've known you for years. I know you love Julia Louis-Dreyfus. There was that reel of her going around where she looked great in all the different years of her career. So you talked to me about this, and then I know you're showing a certain level of desperation, which I appreciate. Yeah.
Look, man, I like to give people their flowers. You know, I feel like people have been sleeping on this lady, to be quite frankly. Like it's weird to me. Like she was always kind of on Seinfeld. She was always kind of like, there was this weird idea that like no one addressed that she was like attractive. It's bizarre. And I think that like that kind of fooled everybody into thinking like, oh yeah, whatever. It's just a normal person. It's like, this is a really gorgeous person. And she's just being treated this way because she's like a goofball on the show. But yeah, I don't know. My friend, it's a complete bitch, mentioned that like, thinking about the time my friend opened his TikTok in front of me and it was loaded to a Julia Louis-Dreyfus fan cam. And I didn't appreciate being bullied. So I shared it because it's a good little edit. And then everybody is. And by the way, and yeah, it's a fan edit. Exactly.
You're trying to sell people on.
I'm trying to sell people. But this has 250,000 views on Twitter. I had no idea that it would be that. Like I completely stole it. It's got like the original TikTok in there, but like I just shared it just to clear my name because I felt like everybody was tagging me and it's like, oh, this is clearly Chris. I was like, why am I being bullied? Right. And then I shared it, and lo and behold, all the comments are full of people like, whoa, I get it. So like, you know what? Whatever. I don't care.
It's funny, man. I was based on your experience. I was actually pondering it myself because I've never looked at her as like a target of attraction for me at all. And I was thinking about why that was. And you might be right about the way she's portrayed in Seinfeld. Although my theory on it was that, are you there, Chris?
Yeah.
Christopher? Oh.
What do you mean?
Oh, he's back.
He's back. Yeah. Did that happen for you too?
He was stuck in.
You got stuck in a time warp. You were stuck in the Mass Effect.
Oh, weird.
No, for a minute. And then it would probably have the footage the way it normally is, but for us, it just sped up like it was like 1 million frames a second. Yeah.
Perfect for you.
Sorry. So I didn't mean to speak over you. I was, if I was, what I was saying was my theory on Julia Louis-Dreyfus and why it's like, why, because she is pretty, she's gorgeous, but like, I don't feel that attraction or whatever, you know, like where it's like, oh, she's hot or whatever, like you would feel, especially as a young kid.
Right.
I think it's because I was exposed to Seinfeld so early. I was like 7 and 8 when my mom would watch it or my sisters and whatever. And that's how I fell in love with it as a kid and getting it more and more and watching it over and over and over again. It's like, no, that's Elaine.
Right.
Like there's that's Elaine, a character in this thing that I've observed so much that I can't see her as anything else. It's like, it's something even deeper than that for me, I think, where I simply cannot she's like a sister or something, you know?
Right.
I feel related to her in some way or whatever. I know her that well. So it's like,
that makes perfect sense. See, I started watching that show when I was like around 12. And there's that episode where she leaves that message on what is it, Jerry's answering machine, where she pretends to be like this psychosexual stalker. And that was it. I was like, oh, okay, this is sick.
Yeah,
this is crazy. So I watched that whole show, just like I watched that whole show being like, this is an attractive person. I love this person. But also she's just funny. Like she's just an objectively talented like person. Like she's hilarious on Veep. She's hilarious on like the SNL stuff. Like it's I don't know, man. I just I appreciate it. And I was caught at a friend's house minding my own fucking business, and then I got put on blast.
Yeah,
so I had to share it.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, dude. By the way, Veep is so good. Like, it's shockingly funny. It is. It's probably maybe. I'm surprised how offensive it is in the modern era. Actually, like it's the things they say and do. I think are.
It's crazy. Yeah,
it is. That's what I love about HBO is they really just do let you do your thing. But it's deeply offensive. It would be like Always Sunny in Philadelphia if it was on HBO.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Final season.
Yeah.
Final season of Curb, by the way, next month.
I saw that. I'm still behind, I think, 2 seasons where I haven't watched the new ones. Cause the one where they came back, and we talked about it at the time, cause I was in LA. I was like, I'm just not into it, you know?
Yeah.
But I'm glad that it's coming back. I did like the end of the original. I mean, they didn't intend to run it like that or to end it like that. But when he gets kicked out of New York City by Mayor Bloomberg at the end of the last episode of what the ninth season or whatever, and that's just the way it ends. I was like, that's hysterical. But they didn't. I don't think that was the intention. All right. JB, thank you for writing in. Stop bullying Chris. I won't stand for it. I don't like it and I don't appreciate it.
I will bear the cross.
Benjamin Sharp wrote in and said, hey, hello, Sacred Fam. I have another sacred beating to report from the Great White North. I just recently started working at a local gym and got to chat with a personal trainer there about video games. He asked if I listened to podcasts and if I had heard of sacred symbols. We came to realize we were both Patreon supporters and also had been listening to the same episode before our convo. Whoa. Discussing the show got me thinking about an SS drinking game. Oop, sacred shots, slurred symbols. I don't know if we should keep embracing the SS, but we did with Summon Sun, I guess so. One shot whenever Chris does a Trump impression or casually mentions wanting to die. One shot whenever Colin says, I know you two don't watch or understand sports, or let me back up. One shot when someone says something sexual and someone goes, oh. One shot whenever Dustin gets a little brother bullied or if he says or dude as a response to something.
Dude.
One shot whenever Colin praises Horizon Forbidden West. 2 shots if you catch Chris or Dustin trying not to laugh. 2 shots if Colin gets a call from his lawyer or a package delivery. 1 shot for Seinfeld references.
Ah, fuck.
5 shots for saying slitty in any form. I could go all day, but I would love to hear what the boyos think. Thanks for all that you do and for helping us through the negative 58 Fahrenheit cold streak we had the last few weeks here in Alberta. Canadian boy. Alberta was the first province, strangely, I ever went to in Canada. I don't know why that was, but it's true. Thank you for writing in, Benjamin.
Yeah,
we should do a drinking game.
It's not a drinking game. This is a suicide pact, is what this is.
Yeah.
This is
exactly.
You're just because it keeps getting worse. Like, this is a 4-hour show sometimes, right. So like you're going to get you're going to die by the end of an episode if you go with even just with these rules as you've laid out, not adding any more. It's over for you. Benjamin,
stay warm.
Yeah.
Please stay warm. Video Game Bard wrote in. Said, hey guys, I have a question for Colin. With all the news that Sacred Symbols, the Dukes, and Punching Pals compile each week, is that what you call yourselves?
Never once.
The Punch Pals?
What do you think about putting together a newsletter? Every morning I wake up and read 2 to 3 email newsletters. Shout out to 1440.com for unbiased news. And a download of games industry news and the written voices of Colin, Maddie, and Dustin would be a refreshing change of pace from the dire mainstream news. Maybe Dagan could even put it together, seeing as he is attempting to get back into writing. I don't know. I know the audience loves your write-ups, and another format for pure news coupled with a podcast of reactions sounds like a real delicious chicken fucking treat to me. You guys gotta stop.
Yeah, man. Holy hell.
What do you think? Thanks for all that you do.
Jesus Christ.
I just don't know what I've unleashed on the world. This is such an old joke that I don't even think most people know where it comes from at this point. But I'm glad that it somehow still exists in this community. So here's the thing about this. I just don't think we need to do anything else. Like, I just think this is enough. Don't you think? I don't want to be all up your ass, I want you to just look forward to getting something and getting a good quality product and not relying too much on us. And then, because then we get back into the website era, like IGN. I didn't leave IGN all those years ago to make IGN. I wanted to do something different. So like if we start melding writing with the written, the written word rather with the video content and podcast content, it's like, okay, so this is just a smaller, less dynamic in some ways IGN. And I don't know. I don't want to compete in that space. It's just not something I'm interested in doing. And I don't want to make our people do more work. And I don't think the audience is personally, in my opinion, Video Game Bard, asking for more content. I'm sure and I'm sure there are people, but generally speaking, I don't know. So the writing, I just don't want to do. Do you want to do that, Dustin?
No, absolutely not. And that's the thing too, that we've touched on this before, is that most of our people in Last Stand are not full-time employees and they have their own projects and stuff. And it's not that if we did something like this, we wouldn't pay them to do it, but want to allow those people to do their thing as well. It's kind of, we mentioned this when we were talking about the JRPG boys, but Maddie wasn't able to be on that show. We already had him record twice that week and he has his own stuff going on. It's like, okay, well, cool. We don't want to overextend anybody. So, and a lot of people ask us for, streaming and more shows. There's a great meme that gets shared around in the Discord of me on an ATV pointing and it says no new shows. Because I would always say people, anytime someone asks me for a new show in the Discord, I'm like, no new shows. We're pretty maxed out. And like you said, we're maxed out with the people we have and things we do. And it's all coming out, at least from what the feedback the audience has given us, very good. So we don't want to overextend ourselves. And the thing about writing too, sure, it might be a fun project, but there's a reason we are podcasters and not writers, because writing is dead in terms of
unfortunately
career wise. So
yeah, long-term fans of mine will remember that I used to gush about a website. I don't know if you guys remember it, called Grantland. And I was obsessed with this website. It was founded by a guy named Bill Simmons. He sold it to ESPN. They ended up founding The Ringer, which is another famous website to this day. But these kinds of websites that manage to meld writing, video, podcast, and culture into this very compelling project are very few far between, unicorn-like companies in some way. And even Grantland went down, and I thought that website was completely, invulnerable to everything. So I agree with you, Dustin. We need to be very good at what we do. And I want to be great at this. And I think we are great at this. So it's like when people ask me, I like to keep sports to myself, generally speaking. But again, knowing my passion for it, they're like, oh, you should do a sports podcast or something. It's like, I'm not, I love sports, but I don't know sports like I know PlayStation.
Mm-hmm.
I know a lot about the NFL, but I don't think you want to hear from me on that. You should go listen to people that know a lot. I listen to a lot of people. You should go listen to those people. So we'll stay in our lane. Mike and I have been saying as a joke recently, it's like, what is that saying? It's like unbothered and staying in my lane or something like that. What I'm talking about? Like one of those weird meme things. And that's what I'm just staying in my lane.
Yeah.
That's all I'm doing.
Nothing wrong with that.
Dustin's Goo Jar wrote in.
No.
Said, hey, Sacred Lads. There are some people in the Last Stand community that track what each of you play and sometimes make assumptions based on that. Have you all considered returning the favor? I would love to see a Sacred Symbols Plus where community members submit their PSN profiles ID and then you analyze or roast their gaming preferences. With some of the JRPG games on my list, I'm sure Chris would be quick to denounce me as a degenerate, as he should. Keep up the great content. I do like that idea. And I've made note of it, Dustin's Goo Jar. But really, I wanted to just call out the name.
It is a good name. It's a good name with a good idea. I like it.
Chris, I feel like this whole thing with names going on the past few weeks, this is your fault.
I did not do this.
Well, freaking Snark Tank listeners picked up on this, and now they're over here, or this idea. It's a it's a mind virus.
Yeah, well, at least you have. You get Dustin's Goo Jar. I get full fucking paragraphs as names meant to specifically trip me up. So, like, just count your blessings that you have like the readable ones, and not ones that like feel like the last thoughts of a stroke victim.
Right.
Guys, let's get into the news, shall we? Smaller news items, then bigger news items. We'll get into what we're playing.
I guess.
Well. All right, let me see what's going on here. I wanted to start with this. A lot of people wrote in about this, and I put this in the Discord actually a few days ago. There's this news story that's circulating that is all from this gamesindustry.biz article entitled The New Ubisoft Plus and Getting Gamers Comfortable with Not Owning Their Games. It's published by Christopher Dring, who we cite sometimes, good writer, over at gamesindustry.biz. I've been profoundly disappointed with the way people have been talking about this story. I think it was unfairly framed by the very website that put it up. And it shows you how you really need to go to the source when you hear weird shit. Okay? And I wanted to use this as an instructive thing for people. And have you guys seen the stuff, the outrage about this? I'm sure.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Good. So I don't really need to get into it. A lot of people wrote in about it, but I'll go with Olivier. He says, hello, Sacred Gents. Following an interview with Philippe Tremblay, director of subscriptions at Ubisoft, quotes about, quote unquote, getting comfortable with not owning games spread on social media and were badly received overall. There's a lot of interesting tidbits in the interview, such as the difficulty in putting new AAA games out day one on Ubisoft Plus, but I am mostly interested by the public reaction. Subscriptions like Game Pass and PS Plus are pretty popular nowadays, and there's always the discussion of owning your digital library. So why do you think this quote in particular brought such negativity? Is it just the usual Ubisoft bias? Yes. It is. He didn't say that. Like, you have to look at the context of what he was saying. And when I saw people, I put it in our Discord. I saw one story had like 40,000 likes or something on Twitter. And I'm like, did he really say that? I went and looked. Here's what he actually says. Right? Because he's asked about, I'm going to read from the point of view of Games Industry Biz, and then we'll go into his quote. Games Industry Biz says, quote, the question remains around the potential of the subscription model in games. Tremblay says that there is, quote, tremendous opportunity for growth, end quote. But what is it going to take for subscriptions to step up and become a more significant proportion of the industry? So he's asked specifically, what would need to happen for there to be a higher subscription uptake? And he says, quote, I don't have a crystal ball, but when you look at the different subscription services that are out there, we've had a rapid expansion over the last couple of years, but it's still relatively small compared to other models. We're seeing expansion on consoles as the likes of PlayStation and Xbox bring new people in. On PC, from a Ubisoft standpoint, it's already been great, but we were looking to reach out more on PC, so we see opportunity there. One of the things we saw is that gamers are used to a little bit like DVD, having and owning their games. That's the consumer shift that needs to happen. They got comfortable not owning their CD collection or DVD collection. That's a transformation that's been a bit slower to happen in games. As gamers grow comfortable in that aspect, you don't lose your progress. If you resume your game at another time, your progress file is still there. That's not been deleted. You don't lose what you've been built in the game or engagement with the game. So it's about feeling comfortable with not owning your game. I still have 2 boxes of DVDs. I definitely understand the gamer's perspective with that. But as people embrace that model, they will see that these games will exist. The service will continue, and you'll be able to access them when you feel like it. That's reassuring, end quote. He's literally asked what needs to happen, and then he explains what would need to happen.
Yeah.
He didn't unprompted say that. In fact, earlier in the conversation, and I looked this up, he says there are, quote, there are multiple behaviors. He's talking about the market. There are definitely a lot of people who come in for one game to Ubisoft Plus and then decide to buy it after the subscription ends. That's part of the reality, and that's okay with us, end quote. This has been circulated as this dude literally saying gamers need to become comfortable with not owning their games. It's simply not what he said in the context of what was asked. And that really pisses me off. And Olivia, you asked, is the response Ubisoft bias? Yes. Like, did no one go and look? Did nobody go and look?
No, nobody goes and looks anymore. That's kind of the problem in general. Like, this is, I mean, I'm sure this is Ubisoft bias too, but this is just something that I've noticed in general with like headlines over the last like several years, where like you'll see some story about like how like, oh, some celebrity talks, you know, says something like political or something, right? And then you'll see the comments like, what is it? Stick to acting or whatever. As if it's like this person went up on a rooftop and just decided with no provocation to just explain how they thought about things. When you look at this, like, and if you go to the actual source, it's like they were asked. Always. It's never just like people explaining like, oh yeah, I'm just going to go up to the top of a mountain and explain my evil plan. It's usually people like, hey, so how do you feel about this? And then they'll be like, oh, well, this is how I feel about this, this, and this. And then it'll be like, the headline will read, this person says this. And then like a lot of people will just assume it's like a complete unprovoked thing. I even saw this like on a really small scale with something that happened with like Fortnite and Seth MacFarlane over the weekend, where like Seth MacFarlane was talking about how he was asked on like a red carpet about like how he felt about the Peter Griffin thing in Fortnite. And he was like, yeah, I think it was cool. And if you watch the video, he's talking about how like, yeah, they told me they didn't have the budget to make Peter's real body, so he's like real muscular. And then so the headline reads something like, Seth MacFarlane says, what is it? Epic doesn't have the budget to make Peter's body or something, which is like not really what was said. That was what they told him because they probably couldn't explain what a hitbox is to some 50-year-old man and have him understand it. But and then you have all these comments like, wow, Seth's a real egotistical idiot to assume they don't have the budget. It's like, that's what they told him, dude. Because you're not going to explain hitboxes to a man who doesn't play video games. So they just made some bullshit up. It's annoying, but I've seen it happen for years at this point. And there is bias built into that for sure, because Ubisoft is just kind of floundering right now, and they don't really... There's definitely like a willingness to assume, not only just with Ubisoft, but with big publishers, that the assumption probably rightfully so, should always be that they're probably not acting in the consumer's best interest. But it does kind of go overboard sometimes where people automatically jump to conclusions based on preconceived biases that they have about the people that they're reading about. And that has been true for a long time, will continue to be true, and will continue to get worse. And it's really annoying.
Yeah, it's well said. I don't know. I just Dustin, I don't know if you have anything you want to add to this. I just think it's important that people, when I hear a story and I report it on our show, I always go back to the original source. So if I see it on the news and it's like, according to this, and then I click on that,
right,
and I just X out the other story and I go immediately to this, and like I want to see what they had to say. And it usually reduces down to press releases, right? And I'm often on Games Press and other websites looking at games industry and others looking for games press releases and reducing to that. But with interviews, when someone says something, you really should go and listen or read what was said. I'm wondering if you have any thoughts you want to share.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of the outrage is based on people's fears currently, what they're seeing in other streaming industries, particularly with movies and TV. So there's an easy angle to generate clicks saying, oh, well, this stuff, all this shit that's happening with Netflix and HBO Max and all this stuff, or just Max, whatever, it's coming here next. You know, it's the classic news fear tactic in a way. And the thing that is so annoying to me is that there are examples of actual legitimate things that people that have said that are concerning, that should be focused on. We don't need to make one up here. And like you said, in this article, the very end, his ending quote is, we welcome them, whether they want to stay for a month or multiple months. And so, yeah, multiple times throughout the interview explains like this is just a way we can see growth and give consumers another option. And there's no, we're shifting to video games. Gamers need to get used to not buying games because that's what we want to do eventually, is that you don't ever get to own it, right? Just talking about another option. And that's where I've always stood on this whole debate, or whatever you want to call it, about digital, physical, and subscriptions. Obviously, there's lots of angles, but having more consumer choice is great. And that's exactly what he's saying. So there's no reason, particularly since it was set up on false pretense, not set up on false pretenses, it was presented falsely. There's no reason to go after this. And yeah, it's pretty unfortunate to see this when, like I said earlier, there are so many actual concerning things that are being said or done in the space that should be focused on.
Yeah. It's disappointing because I wanted to say too, I don't think GamesIndustry.biz, who we cite often on this show, I think it's a little bit of a news malpractice to kind of call your article the new Ubisoft Plus and getting gamers comfortable with not owning their games. It's not clickbait, because I think people always misuse that term. Clickbait is clicking on something and not getting what you were promised. And you are getting a Ubisoft Plus article about that, I guess, discusses that. It's not really like a bait and switch, but it's just misleading and unnecessary, because it is an interesting thing, an interesting interview in which he has a lot of fascinating stuff to say. And the cadence of it basically goes like, here's an introduction to Ubisoft Plus, and basically saying we are learning that people are not subscribing in great numbers. It's difficult to kind of create the value proposition for an audience for a long period of time, but it's an option and we don't really care. And then the guy, and then again is asked, so like, how would it be that Ubisoft Plus would grow? Like, what is the situation that would have to happen? He describes that, and then you kind of take advantage of that.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I'm not feeling that. And I'm really not feeling people's lack of curiosity. Like, I'm really not feeling that. I'm really disturbed by that it is so easy to send a lie around at this point that it's comical. And I don't know. It's a wonder that anyone can control their image in any way with this kind of shit.
Yeah, you can't really. Like, I've seen so many videos going around on Twitter with like it's just some crazy out of pocket video, like something you not live leak but almost live leak adjacent. Nobody gets hurt or anything, but it's like some crazy like, ooh, what the fuck is this? And then there will be like some story attached to it, right?
Like that guy getting shot. Did you see that?
The where it was like Trump supporter what was it like? The whole thing's
No.
like which
It was
one?
like this
I've seen
dude laying
videos
on a
like that.
bed.
Yeah,
and
and
there's these
it said
two.
like he shot him for voting for Biden or whatever was the story, and I'm like, I don't know if that how could that possibly be like? And so I was like looking around for the source of it, and I couldn't find it, and it was just like, okay, well, that's probably just made up entirely then, and no one's gonna think to check. Or at least very few people are going to think to check because the video had already been shared like a million times. That was the video. I saw that exact video, and it's kind of frustrating because my immediate assumption now, and I mean to be fair, it's a good behavior to build, is when you see something like that and you see like a story that seems a bit fucking outrageous, try and maybe track that thing down, and if you can't track it down, then assume that it's bullshit. It served me pretty well.
I agree. There are things I remember back during Colin's Last Stand, my history series, I did a video on this declassified. It's actually really fascinating. This declassified army plan to put a base on the moon in the 1950s. It's real and it's amazing. But there are all of these things on the Wikipedia page for it that are not in any. I read the study and all that, like the entire thing. And I'm like, where did this even come from? Like this literally isn't in there.
Yeah.
Like you sometimes if you like really care about something, you have to like the specific. I remember the claim. There was a claim that they were going to defend it with Davy Crockett's nuclear warheads, which were like a style of nuclear warhead at that time. And it's like nowhere in the report that doesn't say that anywhere. And that was like the major thing that people used to talk about in regards to it, was that they were like going to put nuclear weapons on the moon and shit. And it's like, that's not in the plan. I don't know where that came from, but. And
it should be though.
Because
that would just be cool.
Dude, the coolest part of it was that they were going to create anti-personnel landmines that instead of exploding would shoot these circular like orbs up and then explode out in shrapnel to puncture Soviet pressure suits.
Whoa.
If they were being attacked or whatever. I was like, that was in there and that was dope. Love it.
That's wild, yeah.
All sorts of crazy shit in the annals of the American government and in the annals of the American government.
Well,
so yeah, Olivier, thank you for writing in and for everyone that wrote in about that. But I'm glad to have talked about this too, because I feel like, I don't know. I was disappointed with how something like that can circulate, man. Because it's just distortion. It's like, no, it literally says it. And I'm like, yeah, but what's the context? It's so vital.
Yeah.
It's so vital.
Everything's fake now.
Yeah.
It's really sad. There's, like you said, Dustin, there's so much real shit going on that's worth attention. Like that anybody would make any of that up or stretch the truth for any of it is so dumb. It reminds me of the Trump koi pond thing,
right?
Or like
with the food where he was feeding.
Yeah. And it's like, what? There's so much else wrong with what's going on right now. Why bother even paying attention to this? It's so silly.
I feel like that happens often to him and to certain other politicians as well, where it's like, whenever I hear something, I'm always like, I don't believe that.
Yeah.
And it almost never turns out to be true. Almost ever. It never turns out to be true. You're right. Everything. And the greatest thing are like there's like misinformation reporters out there that are like the biggest liars of them all. And that's the craziest part. You got to really dig deep. All right. I wasn't going to talk about this either, but many people wrote in about this, so I didn't want to ignore it, including Brad Felix. Says, good day, gentlemen. Head of Larian, Sven Vink, recently spoke out on Twitter regarding the future of subscription services in gaming. He laid some harsh criticisms to a subscription model future, stating it would negatively impact creativity and idealism in game making. We are clearly seeing the impact of the watering down of quality content in the television and movie space with the need to fill subservices like Netflix and Disney Plus with new content constantly. This content is often derivative and creatively bankrupt, and I worry the same fate may befall games if the subservice model truly is the future. How do you see a potential sub-only based future impact the industry as a whole? Do you think subscription service models in gaming will eventually usurp traditional a la carte purchasing before the end of your lifetimes? So here's what he's referencing, and many people wrote in about this, and I thank you for doing so. Sven Vink wrote on Twitter over multiple posts, so here's what he said, quote, "Whatever the future of games looks like, content will always be king. But it's going to be a lot harder to get good content if subscription becomes the dominant model and a select group gets to decide what goes to market and what does not. Direct from developer to players is the way. Getting a board to okay a project fueled by idealism is almost impossible, and idealism needs room to exist, even if it can lead to disaster. Subscription models will always end up being cost-benefit analysis exercises intended to maximize profit. There is nothing wrong with that, but it may not become a monopoly of subscription services, We are already all dependent on a select group of digital distribution platforms, and discoverability is brutal. Should those platforms all switch to subscription, it'll become savage. In such a world, by definition, the preference of the subscription service will determine what games get made. Trust me, you really don't want that. TLDR, you won't find our games on a subscription service, even if I respect that for many developers, it presents an opportunity to make their games. I don't have an issue with that. I just want to make sure the other ecosystem doesn't die because it's valuable. End quote. It's great to hear it from the horse's mouth. I'm wondering if you guys have any thoughts. Chris, do you want to begin?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how I feel exactly about it. I think he's right that definitely there should always be that avenue for games to be delivered a la carte, and definitely certain games to arguably just never even really appear on subscription services in the first place. But I don't know if I really agree with the premise that like getting a game okayed for subscription services is really all that different from getting a game okayed by a board of directors at a publisher to be sold a la carte in the first place. Like, I almost couldn't there also be an argument that like because subscription services need so much content to thrive that they would theoretically be willing or more willing to make more games that otherwise wouldn't have gotten a pass and maybe were deemed maybe too idealistic because they just need that content to fill the back end of what the subscription service is.
Well, Game Pass, I think, certainly has been the beneficiary of that with Pentiment.
Yeah, like things like that. Yeah,
and Grounded. Yeah,
I think so I don't know. Like, I think there's truth to it. I definitely wouldn't want to see games just go all in subscription services, but I don't know. The idea that like you necessarily need I don't know, like the traditional kind of board of directors who are going to be like, all right, well, this, yeah, we'll green light this, and then we'll sell it a la carte, and that's really the only way to. I don't know. That feels kind of weird.
What do you think, Dustin?
Yeah, I think it's important his final line about saying that, you know, he respects that subscriptions present a huge opportunity to a lot of developers, and that's cool. But
right,
he says, quote, I just want to make sure the other ecosystem doesn't die because it's valuable. And so it comes back to what I said earlier. It's just that keeping other options available for different types of products. And I think too that part of the concern isn't necessarily about how games and subscription services are being made right now, but if we continue to progress to a situation where subscriptions are primary or even completely dominant, what does that mean at that point? Because I think there is a lot of arguments. It's like, well, that's not necessarily how Game Pass is operating with some of their games, but it's like, okay, but what does it look like 10, 15 years from now? So again, keeping the market open to something like this, or something that, you know, these games that aren't going to belong on a subscription service that maybe are a little bit more daring. Because I think about his situation, particularly with Baldur's Gate 3, a very expensive game to make with tons and tons of dialogue that maybe if it was in a different situation where it's like, well, think about pre-Baldur's Gate. Oh, people, there's a dedicated audience for CRPGs, but it's kind of more niche. And so we don't necessarily want to spend this much money on what we consider will be a niche product. And then look what happened with Baldur's Gate 3, where it totally blew the doors open for an entire genre. So I can see where he's endgaming for this and why it's important.
For me, I think an important piece of data, or like a data point that people might be interested in that was just recently released from Circana, the old NPD group, is that, excuse me, I had a burp, subscription models only account for $1 in $10 made in the games industry right now and are flat. So, and so this is a major thing that we discussed on Sacred Symbols Plus, Jaffe and I, and had a really robust conversation about this. You have to look at the subscription proposition from different lenses. And this is what I've been saying and trying to kind of articulate, and he did it a lot better than I ever did, where you can't contest the value proposition. The value proposition is very high, incredibly high for the end player right now. No doubt. Why wouldn't you have Game Pass if you had an Xbox, really? I mean, in some sense, they're begging you to not buy games. And at some point you consent to that and say, okay, I guess I won't. If it's really that important to you and you don't mind not, quote unquote, owning your games, and there really isn't much of a physical market on Xbox. So Jaffe and I kind of got into this, and I would never contest that from the consumer's point of view, it's very high value. And I think the same thing for PlayStation Plus Extra. And we went over it in the Insomniac leak. Like Sony is even surprised by how good Extra's game catalog does. Like it's overachieving their metrics, and they're mystified by it. And we were saying even people that subscribe at premium play the game catalog more than their own perks at that level. It makes no real sense, actually. So there's that. And that's kind of its own thing. But what he's speaking to, and what I think he does very well, is he's speaking to the creation of games. And this is a different thing. And the other thing that he's speaking to is something more like Epic versus Apple, which is who controls the levers and allows your stuff to be found. And the one thing I said, and I wonder what you guys think of this. I articulated this to Jaffe and we went into this a little bit, but to me, if you look at it as like an analogy, I always thought the subscription service situation was going to be like a rocket that got into upper Earth orbit, like the upper Earth atmosphere, and then explodes. Where it does pretty well for a while, everything, all systems go. And then you find that it's untenable, which I think a lot of, like, you're kind of seeing that with the subscription models now, which is why they're disappearing shows to write them off on their taxes. They don't share their numbers. A lot of them are hemorrhaging. But I was saying like that the rocket actually is barely off the ground and it's already like, and I didn't expect that. I guess what I'm saying is that consumer behavior indicates that they don't really want this, actually. That like they'll actually buy games. And maybe it's simply that the value proposition of games don't work well for subscription services. Jaffe made a different argument, which is I would love to hear from you guys about as well, which I never considered. His whole argument is that it's not the model, it's the person, it's the company doing the model. His whole thing is like Xbox simply doesn't have the games or the talent to pull it off. Like they just don't have the content to make people want to subscribe. And I'm like, I don't know about that. I think it's more that that might be true, but my argument is more that maybe people are just hesitant for another. In other words, this is arriving too late. The value proposition's a little bit off in some way. If you want to spend lots of time with a game, like one game, you look at it and you say, I could just kind of buy this and dip out. We don't consume video games like we do other things. I'm going to talk in a little while about Tales of Arise, which I platinumed. In the time I platinumed Tales of Arise, I could have easily watched all of Mad Men. Right. So we spend our time differently in those respects. And so maybe the subscription model just can't work. Jaffe's argument is way more aggressive than what I would make personally. But what do you think, Chris?
I think there could be truth to a lot of that. I think it could be that Microsoft it's unfortunate that Microsoft is the one doing it because they're kind of in the position where they really had to. In some way, like they really had to get something figured out in order to pull themselves out of the hole that they were in towards the end of or even towards the middle, really, of the Xbox One generation. And I think it was a move out of desperation more than anything else. And I think they ironed out a lot of that stuff later on. And I think because of that desperation and because of their, obvious position in third place, while all sorts of things were going on with like, Scalebound being canceled and, 343 being on fire and like all these other things. It's like, I feel like maybe it's almost like PlayStation probably does have the talent and the brand recognition and the premier, vibe to really make that work, but they are also not in a position where they have to. So they won't. I do think that's probably true that it comes down to that as well. But I also think you're probably right on the fact that we just spend our time differently with this medium as compared to others. And I also think the value proposition of individual pieces of media in this space is also there to contend with, because I feel like it was a lot easier of us to say goodbye to our music because how much is an album? Like 11, $15, I feel like I remember. Like I don't even really remember what the cost of a fucking CD was.
Yeah, I remember that they began to get more expensive and then they got way cheaper. So they started to get to like $18 and $20 at some point, and then they reduced down to like
right.
15, 12, 10.
Yeah, and so, you had like, I remember that, and even just songs individually, I remember on iTunes, it was like 99 cents or something, and then you'd get a song. And like for 99 cents, it's like, yeah, I mean, I might as well just pay $5 a month and get a million of these. Like, why would I not do that? With movies and TV, I feel like it took a little bit more time, where like I feel like I knew people who would buy shows, like entire seasons of shows. And now that's not really something that you see anymore, because the value proposition of that is like how expensive is the entire box set of Breaking Bad? Kind of expensive, actually, in comparison to a song or like an album even. And I think with games, it's just like when you're at a consistent like baseline of $60, $70, it could just be that maybe that's too high to consider spending half of that on a subscription service that gets you access to a bunch of them, because how much, like, I feel like there's like maybe some kind of psychological link to the amount of money that we know these things should cost and the amount of times that we're actually putting into it. I don't know. There's something going on with subscription services that I don't really understand. And how people interact with them, because even Sony's mystified by the fact that people are paying for the highest tier of PS Plus and not engaging with any of the perks with it. So like there's clearly some. I mean, obviously there's a lot of arguments to be made there about like what even is available there to engage with in the first place. I get that, but I just feel like this is such a new model, historically speaking, that we're just kind of trying to figure out. And I don't know if it really meshes well with our sense of ownership and our sense of even consuming media in the first place. And I feel like a lot of what's going on right now is learning what that is and whether or not it even works. Because I think, no question, music, it works, right? I don't think there's any argument there, really, that it's like, yeah, it's a perfect model for music. TV, maybe, until the shows get written off for taxes and then they disappear. And that's concerning. Games, that's like the highest difficulty on that totem pole, I think. I don't know.
What do you think, Dustin?
I kind of have a scatter shot of a few different thoughts. I was thinking, Colin, about what you said about how we always try to compare game subscriptions to movies and music, but you really can't, based on so many factors. You brought up engagement, but I think about with music, one of the big aspects of streaming was how easily you could pirate and steal music, and how it was really, really doing a number on the industry. And it was kind of this do or die. We switch over, and unfortunately, the artist took probably the biggest hit from that. And movies and TV are kind of in the middle, where your friend's not going to burn. Well, I mean, I guess there are situations where friends can help you either pirate, or maybe you are tech savvy enough to pirate or willing to take the risk. But it's kind of in between, where games are much, much harder in a lot of it, particularly on consoles, I guess, unless you want to hack your PS5, which I don't even know if you can hack your PS5 and run backups, but it's going to be way, way more tough. The second thing I was thinking too about the difference between these three different subscription types is that you brought up the price of a CD. Say it's $12. How much is a Spotify subscription?
I think it's 11 now. It was 10
$11.
It was 10 forever, and then they raised it to 11, I think.
So let's just say, in theory, you're spending the price of one album a month to have access to the entire library of everything. Okay. Good deal. Now let's move over to something like Netflix, which is 15, 20. A lot of those now are 15, 20-ish. So a movie rental is between $4 and $6, depending on the service and what movie. And then I've never rented TV, so I don't know what the price is. But we're talking the multiple rentals, or even one purchase of one 4K movie. $20, we'll say. Then we get to games, where you're getting access to, let's say even it's just one $70 game for $15 a month. That's a huge, huge gap, where you would think that if it was equivalent, then the price of a subscription to these would be, like the cost of one album, the cost of one game. So that doesn't add up in my mind. We talk about the financial aspect. Maybe there's a way to make it work with volume, but we are getting a subscription to a much higher value product for the same price as movies and TV.
Yeah.
And that doesn't add up.
No, that's long been my argument. And they're so confident in their numbers, they never share them. So we have no idea. We're just like kind of conjecture about all these different companies. I'm not talking about just Microsoft and Xbox, like all these different companies. That's why I told you the other week, it was a big deal when Netflix released some of their view, but they released it in minutes watched. Like they won't even release it in a useful way, right? Like
they're learning to swim in the deep end, basically, kind of all at the same time. I do wonder too if I wonder if it's just how much value we can extract out of these services within a single day. We're creatures of cycle and creatures of habit. My Spotify subscription goes a long way throughout an entire day. Like I'm listening to dozens of artists, like probably like by the time I'm done with the day, I've listened to, generally speaking, probably like 100 something songs by the end of my day, easily. I have music playing constantly. With a game, it's like, what am I? The maximum, maybe two games a day, and that's if I'm only focusing on the games that I'm getting through the subscription services. There are also games that I just own that I'm also probably playing at the same time. So like how many games is one person playing a day really? Like I don't know.
Well,
I don't know if it really matches with the amount of music that people are listening to, or the amount of even TV shows that people are watching. I don't know. I feel like it's less. So maybe that has something to do with it too.
Well, I think, Chris, that this is why it's important that we be able to hold like multiple thoughts in our head at the same time. And we always say this with our conversations is the idea, 30,000 foot, right? Like the idea of subscribing to something is good. I think fundamentally good for value and good for the business in a vacuum, because you have repeat predictable business and customers. And if you grow, you said before, Dustin, scale would solve these problems. Scale solves all of these problems. That's the entire premise of subscriptions, because their costs do not go up. They produce the content. And if they can compound people onto that content, you start making money after a while. They all have that little green line in their boardrooms where it's like, we have to get above this line, and then we're good. And most subscriptions don't really get there without the backing of major capital. So you're talking about Amazon or Apple, Netflix. It takes time. Netflix didn't make money at all for a long time.
Yeah.
And well, actually, it would be more proper to say Netflix did. Amazon didn't make money for a long time. But I think that when you delve deeper and deeper, then you realize there's different verticals where things don't make sense or things make more sense. And I actually think subscription services make the most sense for repeatable, predictable content. So like, and I'm not just promoting us, but podcasts. I subscribe to a number of podcasts that go every week or twice a week or whatever. And that's just content. Like I'm just getting it. Like it's a delivery of something, like a magazine, right? That makes a lot of sense. Or when I lived in LA or San Francisco and I had like the Postmates, like, subscription or whatever to just get rid of your fees because you order so much. It's like, why not do that? Subscribe. And you try to get value out of that, although that probably was a really bad deal for them. And that's where the different situations kind of come to bear. See, music, and I've said this before, but music survives really in a greater way than it did where the money is made, which is in live shows. There are more live shows, festivals, concerts than there have ever been right now. And that's where they make their money. People have this idea that people were making a lot of money on albums, and they weren't. The standard was 15%, and that was gross, and a lot of that went to your producer. So these guys were making like $1 a record. If you were in a band of 5 people and you sold 1 million copies, that's awesome. You each made $200,000. I mean, it's not like, life-changing money. And so I think actually music subscriptions, though they should, and I've said it, they should be maybe twice as expensive as they are, in my opinion, maybe more. But it's definitely driving people to see more live music. And I think that the churn on that end does outweigh it. And I think that's important to note, because that's something unique to music. That can't be replicated. And that's unique to like stage, right? And things like that. If you like plays and all that kind of stuff, like the replication. But you can't do that with TV. And games, that's like the furthest thing away. It's like, you can't promise me a real. I subscribe to person X, and they're like 2 podcasts a week, and they're all kind of the same. I can't subscribe to PlayStation Plus or Game Pass. They're going to be like, you get 1 game a month that is so good. It's going to be so great, and it's going to be all these consistent stuff. Games aren't made like that. They're not released like that. They're not conceived like that. So there's that whole thing, and then I think that there's just this idea that subscription models need to reach that high number, and they need to keep you. There was a big thing in the NFL just the last weekend where there was for the first time ever, a playoff game. Playoff games are traditionally available to everybody, like around the country. And they put one on Peacock, and people flipped out. 23 million people still watched it, but 40 million people watched all the other games. And people were, flipping their lid, and it's like, well, Peacock doesn't really care if you buy in and leave, which is what I did to get the game. They're hoping you stay and forget, or that you find value and want to kind of remain there. The churn of people saying like, oh, I'll subscribe to get this thing right here is not the way those subscriptions make money. And that's the way people are using them. And that's the way people increasingly use them, the more and more they come for the unrepeatable, uneven sorts of things like PlayStation Plus, Game Pass, and so on and so forth. So I don't know if that makes sense. I just think games are not only played differently, they're consumed differently, they're experienced differently, but it's also just all of those other things. And games, unfortunately, have no backup. Unless you're a game as a service or a notable game that can attract people for real DLC, there's nothing after launch to save you. And that's what the Larian guy is saying at the end of the day, that there's no alternative to that will allow the greatest creativity. When Spotify and Apple Music took over a la carte CD and even digital sales, it was a boon to concerts, but there is no other side of the coin. And that's the danger. So, and I highly recommend, by the way, I was recommending it to Dustin earlier, actually. I love the music YouTuber, Rick Beato, and he did a YouTube video about the death of rock music and why it's just not made anymore. And it's very complex. And the guy that he's talking to says like iTunes really and Napster were really not even a big deal. Like he said something like we could have survived that. It wasn't that. It was all these other things that were much more complicated. You got to look beneath the surface in some way to figure out how these different industries survive. But I do worry about games too. But I also, as I said, the consumer data says, and this comes straight from Circana, that there's almost nothing to worry about because it's just not happening the way that they thought it would. And those that bought furthest in on that model are probably going to suffer the most. And this is it's interesting because Microsoft made those moves to buy all those publishers to become a great supplier of games to Game Pass, and that might come to fruition, but it's also possible that they've basically just turned themselves into what will ultimately become the biggest third-party games publisher, in the mid to long term. All right. Other news items. We can go a little bit quicker here. Helldivers 2, first of all, it's gold. Very exciting. The game comes out February 8th on PlayStation 5 and PC from second-party partner Arrowhead, the sequel to the 2014 Helldivers on PS4 and Vita. So the game has gone gold. It's ready to be manufactured, although it is a digital game. Did they do a physical version of the game? They would do one. Yeah, right.
Ironically, my copy of Helldivers 1, I think Greg sent me. I think I won it from
interesting.
From Colin and Greg Live.
Oh, that's so funny.
Isn't that funny?
Yeah.
So I have a copy, and I think it has there's like a cutout in it for a promo copy.
Oh,
I think I got to remember, but I still have it. Thanks, Greg.
Yeah, nice.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, we used to get so many games, man. We would get sleeves of them basically often, and you would just, it's like, we don't, what people used to do? I've said this before, is that old IGN, I never did this because I wasn't even getting games at this time. But people used to just get those games and just sell them back to GameStop a lot of times. I knew there were people at IGN with thousands and thousands of dollars in GameStop credit at one time. Because like basically what would happen is you would get,
that's crazy.
It's true. You would get like, and I want to say this was like 2005, 2006, 2007, 2008. So I was a guide writer. No one even knew who I really was yet. But the guys that were writing at the time used to get, let's say you're reviewing like NBA 2K, whatever, 5. Or let's go a little later, NBA 2K9 or whatever. They would send you the PS2 copy, the PS3 copy, the PSP copy, the Xbox copy, the Xbox 360 copy, a PC copy, and maybe they even send duplicates or triplicates of those, and the DS copy and all the rest. And then you would try them and play all of them, but then you would just take all these copies and these guys would just sell them back to GameStop. And the big thing was that you had to open them. You couldn't do it sealed.
Quick correction for you, Colin.
Yep.
It is on disc. I'm looking at a pre-order on Helldivers 2.
Oh, okay.
You can get it on PlayStation Direct.
Cool. Yeah, I assume so. They're good about that. They always put everything on disc.
It is on disc. It's not like one of those boxes with like a code in it, right?
Not from what I can tell.
They don't do that. Sony's never done that, have they? I mean, they've done that with Vita games. I don't think they did that with.
I don't know, man. It's the first time for everything,
Yeah.
Like what game would they even done that with? Like
I don't think they've done it before, but
yeah,
I don't think they've done it before. I just I wonder how long it will be before that's because that's not even really all that uncommon in the industry as is today. You know what I mean? Like it does happen. PlayStation doesn't do it, but
like I think
for a game like Helldivers 2, I wouldn't be surprised.
I think they did that with Borderlands 2 on Vita. That was a big deal.
Yeah.
Remember there was like a Borderlands 2 SKU, but it was basically just a slip that someone put in a box.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, all right. So I wanted to bring this up. So congratulations to Arrowhead, finally over the hump. This game has been in development for a very long time. And as I've said before, pretty clearly restarted or kind of reworked at some point, considering the old leaked trailer of it, the piece of the trailer with the old SCE intro to it, which is very old. So that this was ready to go in some way at some point. And they were like, no, let's do it better. And I'm excited about this. Not because I think the game, I don't know if the game's going to be good or not. In fact, I think that Sony is acting like the game isn't going to be good. I don't know if you guys get that vibe as well. And I'd be curious to know what you think about that. Specifically because of the Foamstars situation on PlayStation Plus 2 days before the game comes out. No multiplayer beta, no hands-on previews. We'll see with the review embargo and we'll see what the reviews say. I hope it's good. I just don't know why they're being so weird with it and almost burying it behind Foamstars of all games. But we'll get into all of that as well. Dustin, confidence level on Helldivers 2, excitement level, how are we feeling? The new the Avalanche trailer that it's fun. I love the humor. It's stupid, and I'm going to play it. We'll see how it goes. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I share the exact same feeling as you, Colin, as far as the fact that no one has played it. So that feels a little strange to me. Because I feel like this would be perfect for like multiplayer previews or even I guess a beta wouldn't be essential, but it also would be really helpful. But everything I've seen from the game looks really fun. I also like that it's silly and it really adds because the multiplayer is silly. You've got accidentally blowing up your friend or whatever and all kinds of shenanigans that can happen in this game. But I have no idea how to feel about how good it's going to be. I will say the thing that I will check to see on reviews at release, particularly because I will be playing the PC version and I don't trust to pre-order any PC game ever anymore with how performance goes. But the fact that it's $40 is a nice little low buy-in and nice for if you're picking it up and you want to convince some friends to pick it up. So I hope it's great because I really want to play it and have a fun time with the boys playing this one. But just weird that you're right. It does feel it's not that they haven't done marketing. We got the PC trailer a few weeks ago, and now we get this launch trailer. So they are putting out stuff on it. But if it's really great, let people come play it and talk about it. Instead of letting it kind of feels like we're going in a little blind. I'm sure there will be reviews.
Oh, yeah, totally. And again, we're recording this January 18th. It's entirely possible. The game comes out the 8th of February. So it's entirely possible between now and then that there is a preview. They might have wanted to wait to get a crispy 1.0 retail level version before they let anyone play it, which makes sense. So it could be that these happen literally in between now and when this goes live or something like that. But I do generally believe that I thought it was weird that they didn't have a beta. Like that there was no public way to play it, which to me would have just been a free way to promote it, especially in a very dormant time. But Chris, what do you think? How are you feeling about Helldivers 2? You going to play? Are you confident?
Yeah, I'll play it. I don't know if I'm confident. I feel like I'm a 6 out of 10 on this. Not necessarily in. It's not like a review score prediction or anything. It's just like where my excitement level's at. Because I just don't get what they're doing here, man. Like that whole Foamstars thing really telegraphed something to me that worried me a bit about this. But I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna give it its fair shake. I think it'll be fun. Like it doesn't need to be. I don't know, man. A game like this doesn't need to reinvent the wheel. Really, it doesn't need to be like this groundbreaking, game of the year kind of game. But if it's like, I don't know, if it's fun to play, if it's enjoyable, if it can hold my attention, like I'm down to put some hours into it. I just want it to be fun, really, at the end of the day. But it is weird how they're treating it.
All right, Helldivers 2, February 8th. It is a little strange. Maybe we'll have more information on it soon. We'll get into the Foamstar stuff a little bit later because I do want to talk more deeply about that game as well. Good news from Capcom. Street Fighter VI surpasses 3 million copies sold. Very strong performance for the fighting game. Although Mortal Kombat 1 sold significantly better, which I thought was interesting. I don't know if that's globally, but certainly here in the United States, far better. But it's funny that and again, I do think this is strange. People were calling Final Fantasy XVI a failure at 3 million copies sold in a week. It's probably more like 4.5, you would think now, maybe somewhere in that range. I think if it went to 5, they would have said something. And then you have Street Fighter VI on multiple platforms selling 3 million copies, and that's a great success in people's minds. That's such a biased view. The way people treated Final Fantasy XVI when it came out really pissed me off. Where I was like, dude, that's so many copies. Are you kidding me? That's so many copies of the game with this install base. And it's like, oh my God, what a bomb. And then you see Capcom celebrating Street Fighter VI. It probably costs more to make too. Anyway, congratulations to Street Fighter VI. I have no experience with it. I think Dagan plays it. Or has played it, but I don't play it. Dustin, I wanted to go to you on this one. Naoki Yoshida, producer, Square Enix, Creative Business Unit 3. Best known for Final Fantasy XIV, of course, but Final Fantasy XVI as well. By the way, VGC has a funny picture of him in this. Where's this from? He has like this piece of armor on. So they're reporting on Naoki Yoshida speaking at the Academy of Interactive Arts and Sciences, and says, quote, "I'm on the board of directors now at Square Enix, so I really need to watch what I say here. For the moment, I'll just say that nothing's been decided yet." And he's talking about Final Fantasy XVII. That said, if I had to say anything about that, I've had the chance to work on 2 of these games, 14 and 16. So maybe it's time for someone new, Instead of having the same old guys handle the next game, I think in some ways it would be good to look to the future and bring in younger generations with more youthful sensibilities to make a new Final Fantasy with challenges that suit today's world. End quote. So, Dustin, you and I are both big Final Fantasy 16 fans. I mean, I think Final Fantasy 16 was the best game of the year that I played last year. I, of course, didn't play everything, but I played many games, and that was certainly my favorite experience. Just unbelievable. Loved it. Just absolutely loved it. I was hoping he would stick around for a minute. I'm a little disappointed in this. I don't think... First of all, I know that 14 is more his bag, and maybe a more important product long-term to Square Enix. Certainly has made a lot of money for the company, and he's probably burnt out. But I would hope that we would be able to leverage what they learned from 16 to make a 17 and keep a lot of those guys in on that game. I would love the idea of them making a new IP or something too, but I just think that's... You have something so successful, so universally, in my opinion, successful with the people who played it. In Final Fantasy 16, it's not as it didn't sell like Final Fantasy 15, but it's not as divisive as 15. It's certainly nowhere near as divisive as 13 or 12. And I like both. 13 in time I've come to soften on a little bit. 12 I always liked, but I'm wondering what you think about this. Do you want to see him? He's ascended to the board. He's got bigger responsibilities now, but I'm hoping that there's a balance. It's like Miyamoto saying like, I only want to make, a couple games and then bounce. It's like, dude, we need you in some sense to kind of stick around when you have a good vision and let's pay this man and get him to do the job.
Right. I kind of know. I'm kind of of two minds of this, in that Square Enix is one of those companies that has retained a lot of that talent that made them great. And so you want them to keep that identity. But at the same time, these guys aren't going to be around forever, whether they, decide to retire or whatever. So it is important to bring on people and not necessarily just in a support way, but maybe shepherding them in. And I think he does have a point there about bringing younger people on that have new ideas. And obviously that can go really wrong if left unrestricted at the same time. You don't want new people coming in and completely changing the identity of Final Fantasy in general. But at the same time, I mean, Final Fantasy XVI is a pretty big, maybe not as big as a lot of people said, but I would say is a decent departure. I mean, the series has been evolving and changing for years. And so,
especially since 10, I think by the time it hit 10, I think almost every one of them are different from each other in marked ways. Yeah.
Right. And so I like this idea overall, as long as it's a situation where you don't want it to feel like Saints Row, right? Where it's like, well, we're the new generation and we're going to be talking about college debt and stuff. And it's just like, no, this is, Saints Row for the new generation. Maybe not. We don't necessarily want a Final Fantasy where, they're talking about being rizzed up in their armor and stuff like that. Not that that would be the case, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, that would be the case. It would be.
And I think you have a good point too, Colin, that he might just be like, I'm tired and I feel like I've used my best ideas. Maybe if I come up with something else, but all my ideas are going to 14 for the time being. Yeah,
that's fair. I wonder with 14 if they would ever make another MMO, if how long are they going to stick with 14, being that in and of itself is the second Final Fantasy MMO, and the first one I think still goes, doesn't it? I don't know if there's new content, but it's still going.
I think they update it, not with big stuff, but they do continually do stuff to it.
I wonder if they would open like a third spigot and allow to have like this, this new Final Fantasy 17, Final Fantasy 18, something like that. But it's the other thing that's clear is that they don't have a plan, which is a little disappointing, or at least that's what it seems like, unless he's just hinting at what it's going to be and they're in pre-production in some sense. All right. Shout out to Final Fantasy 16. Everyone should play it. It's great. Where are we here? Oh, so false alarm. Brent Lindquist wrote in, as many did. Said, hey, fellas, Take-Two and Remedy are lawyering over an R logo. This reminds me of ZeniMax getting upset over the use of the word scrolls a while back. Didn't they win that? I'm pretty sure that game had to change its name, but I could be wrong. Are these seemingly petty lawsuits somehow worth it in the name of protecting your brand? Can we infer something about Remedy's relationship with Take-Two and Rockstar with regard to the dev's upcoming Max Payne remake? As always, thank you for the show. So this was weird, but there's been a resolution. So here's the story. Some people were digging around legal filings and found that that Take-Two, who owns Rockstar, the publisher, the body that owns Rockstar, was suing or taking to court Remedy, the developer of Max Payne, and many other things, but in relationship to Take-Two, Max Payne, because their new logo is an R. And that was at some point a problem. People are like, what the fuck is this? However, people got over their skis, and our friends over at Video Game Chronicle have the update. They write, Remedy claims, quote, there is nothing to see here, quote, end quote, over Rockstar's logo dispute. So they write, quote, Remedy Entertainment says there's nothing to see regarding the recent reveal of a trademark dispute with Take-Two Interactive. Earlier this week, it emerged that Rockstar's parent company Take-Two had filed its opposition to Remedy's new logo, which was published in 2023 and featured a stylized R. According to the grounds for opposition, Take-Two's claim suggested there exists a likelihood of confusion on the part of the public between Remedy's new logo and one of Take-Two's own traditional logos, specifically the logo of its subsidiary Rockstar Games. So that was true, but here's what Remedy said to VGC, quote, there is nothing to see here. This was a discussion between our teams that was resolved entirely and amicably late last year. Unfortunately, it took a little longer to complete than we had hoped due to some holiday scheduling. The legal filing was simply an initial formality, and Remedy and Take-Two continue to work together in partnership, end quote. So whatever happened is no longer a beef. And the reason that this was especially notable, as we know, is because Remedy is working actively with Take-Two on the remakes of Max Payne and Max Payne 2. So they were like, you're in a legal dispute with what? That doesn't really make any sense at all. And indeed it doesn't. And that's why there's more than we thought there. I'm glad that we just got clarity about that, by the way. I think today, or maybe it was late last night. So we may have recorded with bad information. Guys, what do you think about this? Over on the PlayStation blog, there's a write-up on the Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 3 remastered collection that are coming to PS4 and to PS5. I was reading through this, and I don't know if you guys have experience with these games, but I wasn't really interested in this at all. I played all the 3 Tomb Raider games when I was younger. 2 of them through the first 2 through rental, and the third I actually owned. I got it for Christmas in 1998, so that was the only Tomb Raider I actually ever owned, was the third one. And I was scrolling through this, and I'm like, maybe I will play these. It's been a really long time. They're kind of really still very important, storied and influential games, still with us today with upcoming Tomb Raider products. And the thing that I liked the most, Chris, was that they've modernized the controls. You don't have to play with modern controls, but basically what they say here is that that they modernized the controls through the controls of the PS2 games, like the later generation games, to kind of standardize them across the board. And Aspyr, the developer, and the port studio is doing this. And they were actually the port studio responsible for the PC ports of the original Tomb Raider games. So they have all the original source code, which is cool too. So with that knowledge, I'm kind of open to this. I was wondering if you have any interest in playing this when it comes out.
Yeah, I'm stoked about this. I remember playing Tomb Raider a long time ago, and I remember it scared me when I was a kid. I don't know why. I think it might have been that freaky fucking, was it the butler that was roaming around the mansion or the manor, and he would always have these like weird sound files attached to him that I really hated. But I have really good memories of these games, and then I tried to play them on PC when they all came. I think I told the story a long time ago on Sacred as well, like probably in the first like 5 episodes, where every single Tomb Raider game was on sale on Steam for like $5, like $5 for everything. And I was like, I'm an idiot not to get this. And I tried to play through the original ones, and I just fucking couldn't. Like, not only because like the PC controls are heinous, but like just the layout for the controls in general were very fucking archaic. So the existence of modern control schemes in this looks great. I love that. I probably wasn't going to pick this up if not for that. If they just didn't touch the controls up at all, I would have been like, nah, it's okay.
Yeah, the tank controls are just too much.
It's too much, especially for the type of tank control. Like, really, if you can play with the original controls, play with them for a little bit just to understand what people had to go through. It's fucking insane. But I really like how they're handling the graphical stuff too, because it looks better, but not so good that it feels like, it still looks like it's very PS1 in some way. Like specifically like with the waterfall, there's the specific GIF of like they're showing like what it used to look like before, and you know what it looked like after. And I just feel like it looks better, but it looks still the appropriate amount of like, this is lo-fi. I like this. It's like almost like a different version of Tomb Raider as it could have existed all those years ago if like the machines were beefier, but only a little bit. It's cool. I like it. So I'm totally into this. It's been a long time, like probably like 20 plus years since I played this.
Are you going to get into this, Dustin? February 14th is when the collection comes out. Tomb Raider 1 through 3 remastered.
I have never played any of these original Tomb Raider games, but I agree with Chris. I think Chris and I both are thinking about the Halo Combat Evolved remaster thing that happened where they fucked with the art direction too much, and it feels gross for a lot of us who played the original. And it's clear that I just had it here. They said our philosophy was rather straightforward. We want the games to look the way they did in your mind. We knew we were on the right track in our early playtests because some playtesters didn't even know they were playing with the modern art toggles on. So that's pretty cool. I like that dedication to not be go in and we're going to make these look totally modern and fresh. It's like, no, we kind of like the lo-fi look to some degree, but how do you cut out the maybe not so nice parts? So pretty cool. Maybe I will check these out. Anytime I've seen gameplay, I think these games look so terribly frustrating in their controls. But since they're changing that, maybe we'll see.
Yeah, it's like an unimaginable way to play the old Tomb Raider games. Because the last ones that I obviously I played and beat the Crystal Dynamics ones, but actually, I don't know if I beat the first one. I beat the second and third one, I want to say, Rise and Shadow. But when on PS3, I don't know if you remember, they started re-releasing the old PS2 Tomb Raider games, like that era of Tomb Raider games, and I platinumed a couple of those too. Like I went because I didn't play those. The last one I had played was 3, and I said I got it for Christmas in '98. It was actually '97. It was the same Christmas I got Parappa the Rapper and a couple other things as well. Very memorable year for me, young gaming Colin. So yeah, I think I'm gonna be down with this. It was cool to see this pop up on the PlayStation blog. Remind me, the timing's a little bit bad. I mean, there's so many games now coming out, so I don't know that I'll get to it quickly, but certainly that's on my to play list. I think that just having that renewed context is going to go a long way, especially because it's one of the progenitors of the games we the kind of the PlayStation style game. And I'm not saying that just because of Uncharted, but just more grounded action adventure, third person. I think a lot of it's Tomb Raider. I mean, people used to call Uncharted Dude Raider, remember? Yeah.
That's right.
Go ahead, Chris.
I totally forgot about that. It's totally like what I love about this too is like it's all three of them. And to me when I look at when I see this is like, oh, a PS1 game. I can get through this in a weekend. You know what I mean? Like I can get through this in like a day probably if I wanted to. So it's like the approachability is there. The controls are modern. It looks nice. So there's really no, I don't know, from my perspective, there's really no reason unless you're just straight up not interested in going through history or just playing Tomb Raider in general. Otherwise, there's really no good reason not to check this out. I like how they're handling it.
Important postscript, more than 200 trophies in the...
I saw that in there.
Apparently.
Whoa, for this?
Wow. Yeah. That's what they say.
That's fucking crazy.
That's dope. I'm really feeling that. They get it. That's going to be a big... I actually haven't gone to PSN profiles, so there's probably a big thread over there already. All right. Jim Miller wrote in over on Patreon, said, "Hey, gents, this question is for all, but I presume it will apply to Dustin more. Here in the UK, our biggest physical game store chain Game has just announced they will be ceasing physical trade-ins. This leaves just one gaming retailer that accepts trade-ins, ruining the selling economy. What do you all think of this being enforced? And do you think it'll come to pass within GameStop? Cheers, and get over to the UK. I won't wait any longer." Jim, stop telling me what to do. The BBC reports Game, the retailer, to stop selling pre-owned titles. Quote, "The company will phase out trade-ins over the coming months, according to parent company Frasers Group, but pre-owned games will still be sold in the company's standalone stores while stocks remain. The decision, first reported by Eurogamer, signals the end of a cheaper way to purchase titles valued by many gamers. Sales of physical video games have fallen substantially since Game's heyday in the early 2000s. According to figures from Digital Entertainment and Retail Association Trade Body in 2023, digital sales now account for almost 9 out of every 10 video games sold in the UK. Dustin, what are your thoughts? Is this to come here in the United States? I feel like they're not doing this because they don't want to. I think they're doing this because the margins probably aren't there anymore. I mean, otherwise they would want to make money, I assume, and get people in and out of the store. So I think that it's probably a money situation at the end of the day for them.
Yeah. I am not sure about if this would apply to us in GameStop. It was always my understanding that was really GameStop's bread and butter as far as how they were able to make money was through just relentlessly ripping people off with trade-ins. So I'm not sure if that would happen here. GameStop has diversified quite a bit. When you go in there now, it's more of just a nerd culture merchandise store that also sells games. Just is cool that they do that. But it is unfortunate for the people that, like I said, they use this as part of their economy of buying games, but maybe it's just different over there. I'm not too familiar though with Game if that was like part of the main part of their business, but if they're able to get rid of it, apparently not. So, well,
I think the conspiracy theory around it, and it might be true, is that they're just trying to eliminate the option. So they'll take the hit in pre-owned to force you to buy new where the margins are maybe better. But I was always under the assumption that margins were very high in pre-owned. That was the reason you did it to begin with. And so that indicates to me that the business is probably collapsing, because if you're going to remove that and try to take that, if that's the gambit you're trying to make, it seems fairly dire in some sense. So I don't know. RIP in peace. I don't know if you care about this game, Dustin. SandLand.
SandLand. I know about it. Yes.
So over on Games Press, a press release says SandLand is shining on the beginning of the year. The video game based on Akira Toriyama's original work will release on PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 4, as well as Xbox and PC on April 26th of 2024. I just wanted to shout this out as I am a Akira Toriyama fan in some way, but I didn't even ever hear of SandLand. I mean, I'm not that into him. Dragon Quest really is my entrance into it, and Dragon Ball, of course. But SandLand apparently is a 1990 manga in Japan, and then was reimagined as an anime more recently. And I guess this is based on that. And of course, Bandai Namco is acting as internal developer and publisher. Are you going to check this game out?
Potentially. I know that the SandLand revival stems from a film that came out last year in Japan. I don't know if it's made its way over here yet, but the trailers look cool. Also love Akira Toriyama, love Dragon Ball, so that immediately makes it intriguing. But the question is just, is this a cheap anime license game, which you get a lot of those, or is this something of higher quality? From what I see, I mean, it looks a lot like, of course, a Dragon Quest game, being that they're both Akira Toriyama, but I'm not too sure about it. I'm curious when it comes out, if it's, I think about a comparison is that Adventures of Dai game where
Infinity
it looks
Strash.
Promising. Oh, yeah, Infinity Strash. That's right. Where it looks pretty good in trailers, but then when it comes out, it doesn't quite hit the mark. This is interesting in that it's not an RPG, or at least not a turn-based RPG, I should say, where it's a lot of vehicles and stuff. And so that could be cool as well. But yeah, anything anime, it's at least got my eye a little bit.
You always have one eye on the anime agenda.
Oh, yeah. Dude, I'm always pushing the anime agenda.
Yeah, you really are. All right, two other quick pieces of news. We don't even have to marinate on these at all, but I wanted to throw them out there. The historic tennis franchise Topspin, which is owned by Take-Two and was, would be reimagined under 2K if it ever came back, is actually indeed coming back as Topspin 2K25. It'll be the first Topspin game since 2011. I thought that was notable. So that's interesting. And tennis does seem to be roaring in some way right now. And then finally, Bradford W. wrote in and said, Colin, my dude, did you see the trailer for the Transylvania adventure of Simon Quest? It looks like our fan remake at first bite, but it is a full-fledged parody-esque Metroidvania. Now let's see if Konami gets the law involved. Much love to the CDC crew. Guys, this game looks awesome. Definitely go check this out if you're an old school Castlevania fan. The Transylvania Adventure of Simon Quest, which is such an awesome name. It's like so blatant. And the art is beautiful, and it does look funny and silly. I cannot wait to play this. It won't come out until 2025, but I wanted to give it a shout out because it does look marvelous. And I appreciate people writing in and bringing it to my attention. All right, let's get into what we're playing, my friends. And Chris, we haven't heard from you in a while, so let's begin with you.
Yeah, so over the week, I completed GTA 4. It's the first Grand Theft Auto game that I've actually, I think, finished the story of. I usually only, dick around in the sandboxes of those games, and so I finished it. I don't know if I'm not really going to go and complete the trophies or, the DLCs or anything. Maybe later. Maybe I'll get to
the trophies are obnoxious. I think there's online ones, if I remember correctly.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that would be a problem. Maybe I thought about jumping into Ballad of Gay Tony, but I think I need, a break. A little bit, because it's a great game, but man, is it dire. It is a fucking dire experience.
There's a choice at the end. Isn't there a choice at the end of the game? There's no good ending. Right,
really.
Right. I remember it vaguely, yeah.
It's every ending is a bad ending, and I think there's only two real choices, and quite frankly, they're both bad endings, but one is clearly worse, by a pretty metric amount. So it wasn't really that. I think they were trying to go for a maybe morally complicated choice, and it didn't necessarily nail it, because I think the choice was pretty obvious. But great game. Surprisingly, I didn't expect to get as enthralled with this game and its characters as I did. I didn't expect to call up NPCs and actually willingly go bowling with them. as often as I did, and it's brisk, man. It's meaty and it's brisk. I beat it in about, I think, I got the achievement for beating it in under 30 hours. So like, I don't know if I was closer to 30 or if I was like 20, 25. I think it was like 25.
Right. That sounds right.
Yeah, 20. Yeah. That's probably 25 hours in. And it's like, man, what a nice... I enjoyed my time thoroughly with it. Some frustrating old, game design stuff, like some bullshit mission failures, in my opinion, but really solid game. Really great characters. I love Nico Bellic as like a protagonist for this kind of game. Great. Specifically, like I don't know. It gets hard for me to. I love Grand Theft Auto merged with this kind of coming to America feeling. Like I really love it. I think it's a shame that we haven't gone back to that in some way since. So I don't know. I don't know what game I'm going to be looking at next. I have a list of things that I want to get to, and there's a bunch of stuff on there, but I'm going to decompress with some of my familiar favorites, do a little bit of Halo in the meantime, and then get onto whatever the next thing is. I'm still working on Ripto's Rage as well, trying to platinum the Spyro games, and those are fucking really good, but I haven't really put in much time this week. So I'm going to get back on that next week and then add another game on top of Spyro to play. Because Spyro is like a really good palate cleanser in between sessions, I find. It's like really enjoyable. And Ripto's Rage is my favorite one. So I'm enjoying that. But not much else aside from that. But I would recommend if you haven't played GTA 4, in my opinion, highly underrated.
Yeah, I loved GTA 4. I wrote the strategy guide at IGN. I lived and breathed that game for probably 6 weeks or something like that.
Yeah.
And yeah, I really, really, I found it so modern at the time. I remember being like, this is so modern and this feels so new. And I remember feeling that way very deeply about it.
It still feels like more modern than you would expect it to. Like that world is like weirdly dynamic in ways that I don't think I really cared or paid attention to. Just like sitting in the taxi and listening to the radio and looking outside and just not skipping the taxi rides and like watching people dynamically fight and like get into car accidents and like argue with each other. It's like, it's kind of amazing. Like there's drawbacks, of course, like it's on old hardware. So like there's, crowd density isn't as high as it could be. And like, there's some times where you're like, you need to get somewhere and there's no car. And you're like, how is that possible? I'm in New York City. Like where there's not a single car for like 3 blocks.
Right.
This is a little frustrating. But I don't know, man, when that game's running on all cylinders, like it really is kind of fucking like remarkably impressive. And it's way bigger than I remember it being too. Like I totally forgot about that side of, there's like a section of the map called Alderney, which is basically like New Jersey. And I do not fucking remember that being there in the original game at all. Maybe it wasn't in the online, because that's what I played like most of it. I guess it was like mostly Manhattan, the Bronx, and Queens and the airport. But yeah, just super, super fucking good.
Yeah, shout out to that game. Really special game. What's interesting too about it, and this comes up every once in a while, is that really we haven't seen a more modern GTA game than that. Because when you think about it, GTA 5 was on the same hardware as a base proposition. So we really haven't gotten something totally revolutionary since GTA 4, in my opinion.
And there's actually like less dynamic. Like it's interesting. Like I feel like I remember this being a point of criticism for GTA 5 when I started playing it, but like you couldn't go into like fast food restaurants and you couldn't there was no parkour system. Like in GTA 4, there's like a parkour system. Like you can jump across buildings and shit. And like if you're contextually around a ledge, you'll like Nico will grab it and climb it. And I think a lot of that was kind of trimmed down to make way for like the vastness of GTA 5, which has like, it's a very big, like it's way bigger. GTA 4 is like hilariously small in comparison, but it was a lot more dynamic and a lot more interesting, and you could move around that map a lot more freely than you could. And the physics engine too is like great. Like I don't know, I can really gush about Grand Theft Auto 4 for a while. Like I think I'm toying around with doing a video on it because it is just it's tickling me in a very strange way that I didn't expect it to, and I'm really into it. I'm looking forward to getting into GTA 5 because I suspect that there's something there that I didn't see as well. For as much as I think I will still end up preferring this one, but yeah, I've thoroughly enjoyed my journey with GTA 4, and I recommend anybody try it if you haven't, or if you haven't done it in a long time, because I think it holds up surprisingly well.
All right, let's go over to you, Dustin.
Yeah. So still doing my Final Fantasy VII remake playthrough. As I play through, I just did, no spoilers, it's a large portion in a sewer that leads into a train yard. This is the worst part of the game, I'm convinced, as far as I remember, just because I remember thinking, remembered the first time I played it is that it constantly takes the controls away from you over and over again. It's like, oh, climb this ladder, stand up, and there's like a little neon sign beneath. Go up the ladder, go back down, press this lever, put the lever back up. It's like, oh, come on. It's so annoying. And I think you have to go back to the sewers too, if I remember right. But I'm having a good time either way, and just marveling at how beautiful the game is. I am playing the PS5 version. But even when I played on PS4 Pro, I was like, damn, this is an amazing looking game. The character models, 10 out of 10. And PSA to everybody out there, because I finally got this set up. And for the video listeners, I put up my demonstration. The Steam Deck, I mentioned this before, you can stream to it just like it's a portal. I have no need for a portal because you can just, I have it running this is on my PS5 downstairs, just like a portal. And the crazy thing that I learned is that if you have a Steam Deck OLED, you can stream it in HDR to your Steam Deck OLED from your PS5. So you technically can get a better experience than the Portal in terms of getting HDR.
Now, did you have to crack that? Did you have to crack that open to do that, or is that just like so, your Steam account's like unaffected by that tampering?
Totally unaffected. All you do, I'm going to say all you do, and it's going to sound complicated. You go in your desktop mode, you download the Chiaki 4 Deck app.
It's too much.
And then you right click on it and click add to Steam. And then you set it up. It's easy.
Yeah.
And then you don't have to go to desktop mode every time. There is a little bit where you have to sign in on PSN and then get this certain like code that's attached to your account. It's really not that hard if you've done any basic computer stuff.
I suspect it's one of those things that could be done in 4 minutes or less, but like the way you're describing it sounds like being ravenously molested. So like I'll probably avoid. I probably won't bother. But I want to point out, you said something about like not wanting to spoil it, and ever since we got that fake spoiler thing for Lies of P, I've been fighting the urge to like not fake spoil. Like I always wanted to say like, oh, is that the part where Gargamesh dies or whatever the thing? You know, just like it bothers me.
Yeah,
still to this day.
Yeah, it's it's pretty neat. I'm just saying for anyone out there, if you're thinking about a Portal and you already have a Steam Deck, you already have a Portal that arguably, I'm curious. I've never used a Portal on my home network. I don't know if it's better or if it's lower latency or anything like that. But it's just nice to be like, oh, I can do this.
It looked a little latent when you were moving the sticks, but it's hard to tell from.
You're looking at me in 240p.
Right, exactly. That's what I'm saying. But well, you're not on the gameplay now.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah. Well,
do it again.
I don't know.
Yeah, let it go. Let it go. Let it go.
Let it go.
Okay, now go.
I can't.
Now go. Yeah, it looks okay to me.
This is definitely a valid.
This is what they do over at.
This is how they do it on Digital Foundry.
Digital Foundry. That's what I was thinking.
Report on this.
Digital on webcams. I would love to know if the late, because I do think what I'm so surprised by with that's awesome. Well, because I'm saying multiple things at the same time. First of all, I'm thinking of another thing where if you're interested in getting a Steam Deck and you're interested in getting a Portal, maybe you just get a Steam Deck and save yourself a couple $100 as well. So it's not only like already having one, but maybe if you're going to invest in one or the other, you invest in that for that reason. So that's good to know. Be interested to know about the delay, because that's one of the things that I think is most impressive about I was just using last night in bed actually about the Portal, is like this really has no latency at all. I don't know why or how that's possible, but it really doesn't. It's totally. I'm playing action oriented games that I really couldn't dream of having played on my backbone.
Initially, when I set it up, it had a little more latency than I would like, and then I just searched online because it gives you tons of options if you want to tinker with it. And then I realized I was on my the different band of my Wi-Fi. Like I needed to be on the 5 gigahertz wave instead of the 3 or something like that. When I switched over, now it's I can still tell it's there a tiny bit because I'm really, really sensitive, but it's totally fine for playing most stuff, I would say. So just a PSA for anyone out there that has a deck and you want to stream your PlayStation. The last thing that I have been playing is Elden Ring again. And I've been playing on PC using the Elden Ring Together or the Seamless Co-op mod, which normally when you play Elden Ring, you have to lay out your summon sign. Someone joins in and you can only fight up to a certain point. And once you beat a boss, they go away. And you have to have a certain currency to do it. And it's cool. It makes sense in the standard game. Right. But if you've already played the game and you just want to play through it with a friend, you can download this mod on PC where the person doesn't leave whenever they die or when you beat a boss. It's just the entire game, only you can play with a friend. So Brad and I have been playing together and it's been really fun going back into that world and playing it in a totally different way where we're having a fun time checking out our different builds, going different directions, stuff like that. It works surprisingly really, really well. And it has its own little quirks where normally when you do co-op in Elden Ring, the game scales. So it technically the bosses get a little harder because it's accounting for 2 players. I don't think this mod changes anything. So in theory, it makes the game a little bit easier. But again, this is perfect for just a fun playthrough with some friends. I think it's up to 4 players actually can do it. So Elden Ring once again, and who knows, maybe with a DLC coming from what it sounds like in the near future, that it just got updated on Steam. So there's some theories that it's going to be happening in the next month or 2.
All right. Let's get this question to you from Josiah.
Sure.
It says, sup holy glyphs. With Final Fantasy VII Rebirth around the corner, the hype has become infectious and I find myself wanting to play the remake to tee it up. But I keep hitting a brick wall, the dialogue. For context, I don't have much history with the franchise. I've only beaten 16, which I thought was amazing. But with 7, I'm finding a serious disconnect between what's happening in the story and how characters speak. The story seems pretty heavy with main characters committing violent acts of terrorism in the name of saving the world, but they all speak and act like 10-year-olds. I recognize this is probably a me problem, but was wondering if any of you had a similar issue with this or of other games, and if you had any tips for overcoming this verbal hurdle. What do you think there, Dustin?
Yeah. So I do think this is true in Final Fantasy VII Remake. In particular, I notice how Barrett, he's the leader of this terrorist cell, and he just is, I don't want to say he's an idiot, but he kind of does, behave like a 10-year-old. He lashes out at people. The way he talks is kind of silly at points. I mean, it's faithful to how he is in the original, but because it's fully voice acted and it's, much more realistic, I guess you could say, with modern graphics, there is a bit of that disconnect. I think that for people that have played a lot of Japanese games and understand like Japanese campiness, Japanese melodrama that accompanies a lot of these games, that it's just kind of the mindset in some ways, which I guess you could argue is like, well, that's an excuse for the game being campy or not feeling serious or whatever. But I just kind of feel like it's a stylistic choice. And yeah, there are times when it's a little too silly. It's like, oh, all right, come on. But maybe my mind is just completely eroded from playing games like Kingdom Hearts. And so I'm like, oh, this is pretty serious. It just feels like it comes with the territory. But I don't know, Colin, do you feel the same way about that? That I don't know if there's someone's coined a term for it, Japanese melodrama, Japanese campiness, that's just kind of common in games like this.
Yeah, I come to, what'd you say, Chris?
I don't know. I feel like I said a slur by accident. But I said champiness. But like,
oh no. Yeah, there is something that you just, I think you either accept or don't about these different types of the different types of content that come from different countries. And yeah, it's camp in some way for sure. That is lost in some way by going to using like the Japanese language stuff, like was said, and all of the rest. But I find that that's kind of a necessary component of a lot of these games, or not necessary, but it would be weird for these components to not exist. It's like I found when I played Persona 4, it was the same thing. Very very much a campy and weird game. And I like it personally. I don't mind it.
Yeah, I mean, I notice it sometimes. Definitely with Final Fantasy VII. Like, there are moments where it's the juxtaposition between the fact that they are a terrorist cell basically, and they're, I don't know. It kind of has like the vibe of like, you just gotta believe in yourself, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. You know, like it's just kind of it sounds hilarious in context, but I mean, it is also the translation of like written text from like a 1990s game to like, you know, modern voice acting, I think has probably a lot to do with it. I feel like if they were going to rewrite it in some way, probably could have helped, but also you don't really want to touch a game like Final Fantasy VII too much. So ironically, they did a lot. They changed a lot about that game, but there's certain things you want to keep faithful. So like, you just kind of accept it. And if you watch a lot of foreign films too, you kind of get used to the fact that like there are different cadences and different kinds of tropes and different kinds of like, you know, there's different types of campiness in different parts of the world. Like one of my favorite. Did you guys ever see RRR, that Bollywood?
I know about it.
That movie's fucking ridiculous, and it's so fun, but it's very Indian though. Like, and you couldn't make a movie like that with the exact same script, with the exact same dialogue in America. It would not work at all. And I think Final Fantasy VII is kind of a similar thing, where it's like, I don't know if you really could mimic this, so it's cool that we have it in its authentic form, at the very least.
All right, what else do we have here? I guess I'll go. It's time for me. Tales of Arise, platinumed it. Platinum number 154. It's about a 70-hour endeavor, and took me about 4 weeks, I want to say, to do, probably over that time, because it started like late in vacation, and I began to also play the DLC. I'm like, I'm here, I might as well. Tales of Arise Beyond the Dawn, which is pretty steep at $30. I was like, wow, that's pretty expensive, but I bought it anyway, and I'm playing. It's just more of the same, and I'm enjoying it. I really liked Tales of Arise. I'm a big Tales fan from way back in the day. Kind of lapsed a little bit, beginning with Berseria and Zestiria, which I think are probably not nearly as well received as some of the games that I personally love from the franchise that are older. And I feel like this game was very comforting to play. It was familiar and likable, which I was into. It's not overtly violent or sexual, or, and in fact, there's specifically a one perverted part of the game that happens optionally, and I don't really remember what the nature of it is. But Micah and I were sitting together, and I was like, "Wow, that's weird," because this game actually was decidedly not perverted in any way. Like, there was no hint of it until this moment, which is so strange. It just felt wholesome in some way. So my 154th platinum trophy, 70 hours, like I said, going to get into the DLC. Looking forward to that as well. But I did last night. I was just perusing PlayStation Store, and I did grab a few things, or like pre-order a few things. So that Prince of Persia game, there was 3-day early access for it, but I wasn't going to do that. So I bought the standard version of it, and that's out by the time we're recording this, and I probably will start playing that tonight. That game was not on my radar, but it looks really good. The good reviews had me go look at video, and I'm like, oh yeah, this looks right up my alley. 2.5D, but I will deal with it nonetheless. So I went and pre-ordered that. I pre-ordered Grand Blue Fantasy Relink because I think I'm pretty sold on this game. I know there's a demo, and I know people have liked it, but I don't even. I'm like, it just looks like Tales. I mean, I watched some videos of it. I'm like, this looks like a Tales game. So I'm down for that. Give Cygames some money and see what they've got cooking over there. And I didn't pre-order it, but obviously Helldivers is right beyond that. So we're now getting into this motion, and Pacific Drive is going to be right after that. And we're going to get into Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and so on and so forth. I want to try maybe Alone in the Dark when that comes out. Banishers, Ghost of New Eden. We're going to start getting into games again with a little bit of a lull. So I'm looking forward to that as well. Got prepared for that. Man of Constant Sabaro wrote in. Said, hey, Sacred Shumps, it has been a month or so, and the Power Wash Simulator Platinum is still unobtainable due to a trophy trigger bug. This apparently happened due to the most recent update. In your own experience with Lilymo, is it common for trophy triggers to break when testing an update? Also, how much labor goes into adding trophies via a patch? Thanks for all the years of great content. This is annoying because the reason I didn't platinum the game yet is because it is broken, and I've learned that before. So some people played it to the point of no return and it broke, which is would have had me melt down, actually, if that happened to me. And that has happened to me in the past. I played it and realized that it was broken before I got to the point of no return, so I can still fulfill that point of no return and get the trophy when they fix it. But it's been about a month since it's been broken. I don't really. So Future Lab is the studio, the British studio that did this. They're the guys that did the wonderful. What were those games? I can't. Velocity Ultra, Velocity 2X on Vita. The action arcade games, really, really wonderful games. And they're a small team, so I think it's taking time. This is also a more complicated game than anything I've ever worked on, just in the nature of what it is. I will say that we've released 2 games with broken trophies on mistake, and they were easy enough to patch. They weren't broken catastrophically. They were just easy to spoof. I mean, that's how they were broken. So with Twin Breaker, the hard trophy would break if you just beat the last stage on hard. And we fixed that. And then we did the same exact thing with Abraxia too. So we fixed that. So those are our experience with broken trophies, and they are trivial to fix. They were trivial to fix for us, but it's not always trivial, and it's not always clear what is even breaking the trophy, in fact. And like you said, an update broke the trophy, which means something they did broke it, and now they have to figure out what they need to unwind. And this all happened over the holidays as well, and it's not a game-breaking bug, like an urgent bug that's deleting your save or breaking your console, so it's not going to be like this really high level thing that's going to need to be fixed right now. So I'm confident they'll get to it, but it is annoying. And it's dependently trivial sometimes on how to fix it. And sometimes you have to make new patches to fix it. You can't hot fix it or unwind it in some other way. So we have to just be patient. And I assume a real fix will be coming for that at some point. And I will certainly get back into it when I can. Although, did I note on this show? I must have noted on the show that there are Power Wash Simulator trophies that are so hard that I'm like, how does anyone get these, specifically with the challenge mode? There's challenge modes for time and there's challenge modes for liquid used. And it's like, damn, dude, these are really fucking hard. And what sucks is that they take 25 or 30 minutes. So you don't know, like, until you have to dedicate real time and before you bail out and realize, like, oh, I'm not going to be able to do it in time. So, but I'll figure it out. I'll conquer that game. No doubt about it. Finally, Kramer wrote in and said, hey, Colin, I want to share some thoughts about guide writing. I feel guide writing has gotten worse over the years. As a longtime RPG player and guide user, it's very frustrating when guides are written poorly. A few examples are when the writer is over-explaining plot points and details about the game when I just want to know which direction I need to move the blocks. Another frustrating technique that writers use is not explaining things in order. For example, the path is forward is left through the tunnel and under the bridge before opening the gate. But first we need to go right and collect the chest. Arg, tell me to go right and get the chest first. Am I just being a boomer yelling at clouds, or have you had these problems lately? Dude, I wanted to read this out because first of all, I wanted to shout out some good guides I've been using lately. And also this sparked a memory in me that I think you guys would find funny. When I wrote the Uncharted 2 guide at IGN, there was it would be like a guide with like, here's what to do, screenshots, here's what to do, screenshots. And then there would be like these little breakouts of color where there would be a treasure, like a collectible treasure. And I put the collectible treasure a paragraph too late for a lot of people as they were sequentially reading the walkthrough, and got endless letters about how I fucked up people's playthrough of the game and like their full treasure playthrough because I put it too late. And so I've always been really sensitive to that kind of shit. And that totally connected with me when you said that, Kramer, for my own personal experience. But I wanted to shout out that I've always said Power Picks and PSN profiles are great places for guides, and they are. But I want to say that I've been coming across the site, and it's an old site, but the site NeoSeeker, when I've been searching for good text guides of games, and wanted to shout them out as well. They seem to do a good job. Dude, some of these websites are fucking unusable on mobile. It's comical. As you're like scrolling up, it's like a pop-up, a video, autoplay, this, that, and then it like crashes or whatever. It's so bad. When you encounter a website that doesn't do that to you, it does stick out, because there are times I'm so frustrated browsing the web on my phone that I'm like, I'm just getting my laptop because this is so unusable. I don't understand why the experience has gotten so. Well, I do understand why, because they want to make as much money as possible, as gratuitously as possible. But do you guys know what I'm talking about? As if something pops up, there's like an autoplay video and then a banner ad at the bottom. You scroll down, the video starts playing. You scroll down like a paragraph, then like a new pop-up comes up. The video pops out. It's like, what the fuck? Bad stuff. All right, Kramer, thank you for writing in. All right, we're back for some news. I'll have you know, we always take a little break before we get into this part. So just split the videos in two so we don't lose any content or whatever. And I was like, I looked at myself in the mirror and I'm like, oh, I got to trim my beard a little bit. So I got a little distracted in there.
Oh, a mid-show beard trim?
Yeah, mid, yeah.
Wait, that fucked up the continuity
Indistinguishable
now.
on my. You won't even notice the difference on this shitty camera.
No. Continuity is really important. We got to re-record the whole show now.
Yeah. Oh my god. Let's get the script out. Why is my camera? Is my camera like? I feel like I have no headroom. There we go. Okay. Let's get into the news. Only a few news items this week, but I think one of them is so interesting. Number one. Are you excited about Foamstars? Well, it seems that no one really is, and that's totally fine. But we have to talk about it today for a couple of reasons related to the show. The first is that Foamstars, set to launch on PS5 and PS4 by way of publisher Square Enix as a third-party exclusive, is coming to PlayStation Plus Essential at launch on February 6th. That means that while you can buy it a la carte, though it remains suspiciously unpriced on the PlayStation Store at the time of recording this podcast, most of you will simply be able to add it to your download list and play it as part of your PS Plus Essential subscription, which most of us have for one reason or another listening to the show. If you're interested, Foamstars is described as, quote, a brand new 4v4 shooting game where players can enjoy a combination of a party-like atmosphere where mysterious foam builds up around you and the intense moments during battle, end quote. It's clearly most akin to and no doubt inspired by Nintendo's popular Splatoon games, first launched on Wii U in 2015 with Switch sequels in 2017 and 2022. Okay, so there's that. Foamstars is on PS Plus at launch and will be available for you to play February 6th. The other side of the coin, however, may not be so savory, or maybe it's nothing at all. We'll leave that up to you. In a conversation with website Video Games Chronicle, the game's producer, Kosuke Okatani, was asked if Foamstars included AI art, considering Square Enix's own president, Takashi Kiryu, explicitly noted in his annual shareholder annual shareholder letter that this was an area of active exploration and expansion within Square Enix. So the short answer is yes, Foamstars has AI art in it. Here's what Okatani said, quote, all of the core elements in Foamstars, the core gameplay and the things that make the game enjoyable, those are all made by hand. However, we did want to experiment with AI as well. In terms of the content in the game, this makes up about 0.01% or even less, but we have dabbled in it by creating these icons in the game, end quote. Okatani points to controversial AI art engine Midjourney as the source of the AI art. Itself interesting, as Midjourney is currently being sued by multiple substantial entities for copyright infringement, as their AI is trained on real art, which it basically steals. Whether or not this matters to you is up to you, of course, but Square Enix did provide VGC with a comment after the fact, which we should include out of fairness and clarity. They said, quote, AI was used in the creation of the in-game album covers for the music featured in the Foamstars soundtrack. As developers, we're always looking at new technologies to see how they can assist with game development. In this instance, we experimented with Midjourney using simple prompts to produce abstract images. We loved what was created and used them as the final album covers players will see in the game. Everything else was created entirely by our development team, end quote. Foamstars, first revealed in the spring of 2023, likely has an uphill battle in front of it and will no doubt sound off on it more after it's released. All right. What do we think? Are we going to play this game? I'm certainly not. I have no interest in this game whatsoever. But Chris, are you interested in Foamstars? It's going to be free, so I know you're multiplayer inclined, and I wonder if you're going to try it out.
Yeah, it's free. I'll check it out. If it's free and multiplayer, I'll check it out. But oh man, that quote about like everything that's enjoyable about the game is
everything
wild.
we give a shit about. Yeah,
the art is
it's a translation.
Maybe. Yeah, that's fair. That is a fair thing to point out. But it's a funny sentence nevertheless. It's like art doesn't make games enjoyable at all. I would rather play. I'd love playing gray box versions of everything that I previously loved. No, I mean, I'm not excited about Foamstars. It's really it strikes me as like kind of strange. Apparently like people who went hands on with it said it was pretty good, but I'll judge the gameplay accordingly. Like that's technically separate from the AI stuff. I'm not a fan of the AI stuff, but in the same way that I feel about the finals. Like I don't love that they used AI announcers. It's really stupid and annoying. But the gameplay is good. And if the gameplay in Foamstars is good, then that'll matter. But I'm not excited about it.
Where are you on this? Are you going to try it out, Dustin?
I'll try it out. I am a fan of Splatoon. So the big thing when I play it is I already have a Splatoon. Why do I need a Foamstars? What does it provide to me that Splatoon wouldn't if I can just, as an agnostic console gamer, just boot up Splatoon and play that instead? That's the big question for me. It looks all right. I don't have anything particularly against it. I know this game has already become a bit of a meme for some reason about, I guess probably just because it is so blatantly a Splatoon game that's not Splatoon. But I think that the neatest aspect to it when I see it is the fact that the foam builds up and becomes part of the stage itself. Whereas Splatoon, when you ink all over the place, it's just flat on the ground. It doesn't change the environment other than that's your territory that you can then swim through. Whereas there's like different little hills and mountains and stuff like that shows up. So I'm curious how much that factors into the gameplay.
Yeah, because in Splatoon they're like squids, right?
The Squid Kid.
And they're they're squumming all over the place.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
Stop squumming.
There's the Squid Kids and there's the Octolings too, and they're the octopus.
Of course,
people.
Yeah, God bless those.
All right, so there's that angle to it. The gameplay itself, I'm not going to try it out. It's not my kind of game. The second thing that I wanted to ask about was the AI art. Any smoke or fire here? I guess we should say. I guess there was a little bit of smoke. This was something that Jaffe and I in Sacred Symbols Plus that will go live tomorrow have got into pretty deeply and have really diametrically opposed opinions on this. And really to the point where we identified that our conversation was going in circles because we just fundamentally believe different things about art. He has what I would consider a very, and I don't mean that, I don't know how else to put it, it's like a reductionist sort of thing where it's like everything reduces to if you listen to Sam Harris and the arguments about why there is no free will, he basically makes that argument all the way down to brass tacks, being that like there is no conception of art that wasn't in and of itself explainable in some sort of scientific way, and that you have the certain vitamin deficiency or like whatever the case might be that like forces you out. I think that that's like kind of sad, and that was what I was explaining, was that you could do that with almost anything. And so I choose to look at the serendipity of situations, including art, as being special.
Yeah.
And I was using an example of like and this is a bad example for you guys, I guess, but a running back pulling off like a really great run, and all of the things that have to go right for that to happen. And you could reduce that to being like, this guy lifted the right amount of weights, and this guy had the right breakfast, and this guy, and all of these things came together and all this kind of stuff. But it's really just a happenstance of talent and execution. And to me, that's art. So when you reduce it to AI art, especially AI art that must fundamentally be trained on human art, because computers have no conception of art. They have no idea what that means because they're fucking computers, you know? And I am a computer racist, by the way.
Yeah.
Like I'm going to be early and open and proud about that. Computer racism.
The thing to me,
it sounds so bad, even though I know what you mean, but declaring yourself an open racist,
computer racist,
to computers,
computer racist.
Yeah, you got to put the computer first.
Right.
I guess.
Right.
You really held that pregnant pause there for a while to make sure that it was as separate. They were as separate as possible. But yeah, I look at it. I look at it kind of like this way. If you're working on a project, if it's a movie, if it's a game, if it's a TV show, if it's anything that's artistic in that realm, and you're working on an aspect of it that is so unimportant that you're willing to give it to a computer in the first place, then is it even worth having it in the thing at all? Like, did you even need to have AI art for the albums in this game at all if you were just going to hand it off to a computer to do it? Like, how necessary was it? And if it's in the case like the finals, where it's just you arguably need voice actors to announce your fucking first person, game show competitive shooter, why the fuck would you leave something so important to AI art? Or to a computer? Like, it kind of like both, like every angle of it kind of folds in on itself, where it's like it's either so important that it needs to be a human, or it's so unimportant then that why even give it to anybody to, like, why even make it? I just fundamentally just don't understand the choices being made with AI art in the realm of games specifically right now, and elsewhere too. But it's just bizarre. Like, there are I think I mentioned it on the show before, but like there are some ideas where AI, I feel like, makes a lot of sense. And I think one of those was like this kind of mod for Lethal Company that made a lot of sense. But like really outside of that, like I've yet to see a compelling reason to use AI other than outside of just people.
Yeah.
Like just take just take photos. If you want like abstract shit for you, like we need images for the songs in this game or the albums in this game. It's like, all right, just to take even the laziest amount of human, even if you just took something on your phone, like one of your pictures, and just ran it or just like zoomed in on some abstract part of it, I would respect that more than giving it to a computer and be like, make me a shape. Make me a shape with colors on it.
Yeah, and now I'm an AI artist.
Yeah. Woo!
Dude, I don't even want to get into the ethics of it, which is something I got into deep with Jaffe because I think it's so evident, the ethical problem, that a computer can't fundamentally know the answers to anything without stealing it in the realm of subjective humanity, you know? So when you say, what is 1 + 1? If the input is always 1 + 1, the output will always be 2, always, every time. If you say, what's a blue sky? Well, that has all sorts of inputs that are subjective. Some of us would say, like, that doesn't even really look blue. That's more like turning into white or purple. And then it's like, so a sky on Earth, or like a sky from another perspective on another planet, or, a night sky, or it's like, it knows what a postmodern art piece is because it has copied all of them. It doesn't know dick. And that's my ethical problem with it, because it fundamentally steals.
Yeah.
And so things that are what we were saying, Chris, like he was talking about tuning a game and how AI can be used to tune a game to an individual. And I'm like, that's all math. It's very complicated math, but it's all math. Now, here's where he and I split, where he says like, well, so is the creation of the art. We just don't understand it. It's not as like ethereal and weird as you think it is. And my opinion is like, yes, it is. And that to me is where like the split of like where AI I think is good and where AI isn't. Because you got into, I said the same exact thing to him, Chris, and I can't wait for people to hear the conversation and hear what he has to say too, because I asked him to challenge me and he definitely did. We came to no conclusion. But, we were just going back and forth. And I said the same thing. What is the why? Because the why is not sufficient where it's like, oh, we need to finish this game quicker. We need to do it cheaper. I'm like, those are not sufficient whys. We have 14,000 games coming out a year. We don't need more games. We need like fewer games. If anything, we should be embracing like older styles and ways of doing things to differentiate games from each other, as opposed to embracing a factory mentality that commoditizes the product. It's disgusting and weird that people would sell each other out like that, as well. Like, and I'm not saying that that's what Jaffe's doing, but that overall people's opinions, like, oh, who cares who makes it? It's like, I don't know. I care. I care a lot about who makes it personally. So there's that. Do you have anything you want to add to this, Dustin, before we go into another question?
Well, you would say it's less games because we don't have a quantifiable number of them, not fewer.
No, it's fewer games because you can conceivably count them. It's not that you know the answer. We can
conceivably count the grains of sand on an ocean.
Right, but
there's so many games across all the platforms.
It's less sand or fewer grains of sand. I
don't know if these games are countable.
Because
you're wrong on this. It's fewer games.
I'm thinking less.
Look, the bottom line here is that
you would say less product. Sorry, Chris. Go
ahead. I just want to say that if you're a robot with a consciousness listening to this in the future, I'm glad you're facing adversity.
Totally. I hate the computers.
I think you might be a perfectly fine piece of tech. I don't know.
I have a few thoughts on this. I think it's important to differentiate AI assistance in certain tools and AI art generation through and through as an end product. Because when we're talking about, and I know you guys know this, but I think it's important for everybody to know that, like, when I make thumbnails, I use AI to some degree almost every time. Here's how. For example, if I have an image and I want to crop it just right, but the problem is it's not fitting correctly, so I have this blank space. I can go in Photoshop, select that area and hit generate, and it will make it'll seamlessly blend it in, right? And I think it's amazing. It's great. And it's not like I should go out and pay an artist that's better than me at Photoshop to make this tiny little space look right. You know what I mean? Or even
you wouldn't conceivably commission that from anyone. You wouldn't be like, finish this piece of this image.
So you're saying that functionality in Photoshop is a form of AI?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, they that's fully how it's branded as AI tools. Now, Photoshop is getting even more crazy with full-on generation of stuff, which I did do that once in a thumbnail where I think it's a thumbnail where I put Joel and Ellie in ice skates, where I used the AI tool to generate the ice skates. Normally what I would have done is just find a pair of ice skates that I could cut out and put on there. But instead, I used the AI to put it on there. I am totally fine with that because, again, it's an assistance to the tool of my creative vision of what a thumbnail is. I'm not going to Midjourney and putting the hosts of Sacred Symbols on the background of this video game dressed like this, and then it spits it out, and it's like, great, I
want all my thumbnails handcrafted.
Yeah, they are.
Now. Well, are they?
I'm using tools, that AI tools.
We don't have to agree.
Yeah. There is no way that I would be able to make those thumbnails in the way that I do.
Oh yeah, I just thought you were getting really good at them, to be perfectly honest with you. But now we know it's a computer doing it. I don't know. But in all seriousness, that reminds me of the photo. I don't know Photoshop very well at all, but there is that tool. I don't know what it's called, where you select a part of a picture and then it distances over to your cursor, like a certain distance, and you can replicate it where like the blank spaces. So it like replicates like a background in some way. And
it's like a stamp or clone.
Right.
Or,
That stamp. Yeah. Like that's probably what it is. And so that's just doing that automatically in some sense for you. It sounds like, or in some way, like I've done that many times. So I don't think it's that egregious.
This is different.
Yeah.
It's called generative fill. For anyone who uses Photoshop.
Oh my God, we have AI art on our own thumbnails. Look at this.
I wouldn't call it AI art, though.
It's AI. Brutai.
It's assisted by AI. Here's the thing. Okay. I could go and make a fully generated AI thumbnail for Sacred Symbols. I mean, maybe not. I don't know how those tools work super well, but for this
episode, it would make a lot of sense.
I wonder if I could figure that out.
Why not?
Yeah. So yeah,
sorry, go ahead.
It's completely different than, okay, let's take this Foamstars situation.
Mm-hmm.
They're making album art for these different songs. Think about the tens of thousands of artists that would love to have an opportunity to make this, and probably for an extremely affordable price. I'm not saying to rip them off as like you can do this art for this game as great promotion, but this is clearly something where it's a full vision for something that they are completely using a computer to fulfill, when there are tons of different people out there that would be able to fulfill this in a way that just a drop in the bucket, less than that for a game budget.
Especially for Square Enix too. Like what? And also, why wouldn't you want? Like, I don't know. Wouldn't you want on some level be like, maybe you don't on the production end, maybe you don't care necessarily. You have albums and music that is in this game, that is made for the game, that is really just kind of meant to carry the vibe or whatever. Like, why wouldn't you want to have like an individual artist who that's their sole focus is to go in and listen to these tracks and kind of like extrapolate some kind of meaning from them and make art for that album? Like, why wouldn't you want that level of detail and quality in something you're making? Like, why would you want to hand that off to something that is not going to extrapolate anything and is just going to make random shit on a screen? Like, I don't know. It just strikes me as like a missed opportunity to just add some level of quality to a game that is already, not only is it a Splatoon clone, it's a multiplayer, it's only multiplayer, so there's really not a lot going on with it in the first place. So like the idea that there's even less going on than there would have been if you would have just hired somebody to at least like, there's an album in the game, or there are albums in the game that have like art done specifically for the albums, you know what I mean? like by actual creatives who actually, you know, who their sole focus was this part. They weren't distracted by any other part of the game. Like, I don't know. It just diminishes the quality of what you're doing, in my opinion. And it's I don't know. Like it's bizarre to rely on AI to generate entire works of art. That's so strange. I know what you're saying, Dustin. There are tools. Like I mean, you could argue that Siri is a tool. Like I use Siri to wake me up every time we have to record. You know what I mean? Like, or every day that we record early. So like that's technically AI assist. You know, there are certain Photoshop tools like when you lasso a person or like click on an image that you want to cut out of a picture. That's AI to some degree. It's assuming what you want to be taken out, and then you can fine tune it and fine brush it, and that saves some time.
Right.
There's no issue with that, but like I mean, just like generating entire pieces of art that would have conceivably that you would have conceivably paid somebody else to do were it not for the fact that this was an easy out for you. That's I don't know. That's crazy to me. Like you doing your AI stuff for the thumbnails, like you're doing that yourself. You wouldn't have paid anybody else to do that anyway. You know what I mean? And also it's like small elements of like certain, like, I don't know, generative fill for like, you wouldn't commission somebody to be like, fill out 1/4 of this background so that I can use it in a thumbnail. Like it'd be an insane commission to do.
Right.
I want to be really clear, by the way, just from my own perspective, that I try to really do have a laissez-faire and decentralized way of looking at the way our company runs and the way different people function. So I'm not really trying to judge it on your own like you don't have to defend your use of it to me, but I have my own opinions on it, certainly, that conflict with your own opinions on it. Definitely.
Let's get into that a little bit, because I'm curious about let's get into last week's thumbnail. How I used AI to make last week's thumbnail. It's the Sacred Symbols. It says season 2. It's supposed to look like The Last of Us. The way that I used AI was when I got that image, it said The Last of Us on it. So I put a square box, like a selective square box, over where it said The Last of Us. And then I hit generative fill. What the program does is it uses AI and it looks at that specific image, goes all the way around it, and then it figures out, okay, what if this text wasn't here? And it fills it in. The alternate of what I could have done is painstakingly sat there and tried to fill it in and cover it up with a paintbrush tool or something like that to make it look natural. It probably would have taken me 30 to 40 minutes to do it right. But instead, just use this tool and it assisted me. Does anybody get hurt in this process? Is someone losing out? No. It's a tool. Mm-hmm. Now, you could
That's
argue,
a good argument. Yeah, that's a good argument.
The most egregious, like I said, I brought up the most egregious use of AI that I ever did in a thumbnail was putting on the ice skates, because it would go into your thing, Colin, where when I did that, it was looking at the internet to figure out what do ice skates look like. And it probably gathered a look at however many thousands of images of ice skates that are in the AI's brain and generate it. So yes, you could argue that. The thing is, though, the reason why I don't do that, because it doesn't look very good. Some people are like, those ice skates don't look very good. And I'm like, dude, they look better. Particularly what's tough when I try to cut things and put things onto people is like, for example, when I wanted to put Cloud's hair on Ben's head for the thumbnail, I have to find the exact right image of Ben that he's looking in the same direction as Cloud. And so I got to cut it out, and then I got to cut all these individual things out, and it works out usually. But selecting even just the right image of somebody, which is why it's really tough for you, Colin, because there are so few images of you that I'm always like, what image from Micah's Facebook page of Colin can I use? Because there's more recent photos there than anywhere else.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. I've disappeared in some sense.
So anyway, back to my original point is that the use of AI in Sacred Symbols thumbnails is so minimal, and I wouldn't even dare to compare it to generating an entire image that is supposed to look like art, literally album art.
Yeah.
The computer doesn't come up with the ideas for the thumbnails. That's me. I just use the tools, which I guess I'm playing devil's advocate with myself, because I guess someone could say it's like, well, I came up with the idea for the thumbnail or the image. I just told the computer what to do. So there is some...
Yeah, there are certain...
there.
Yeah, I think the ice skates is probably more egregious than getting rid of text. You know what I mean? Like,
Sure,
I don't know.
absolutely.
Like text to me is like, that's really no different than the clone stamp tool. It's just, it's taking the image around it and then using the image around it to naturally fill it in. That's literally what the clone stamp does, or the clone tool does. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I've ever used AI on a thumbnail. I'm pretty sure I would remember if I did. Usually, if I see something that would take a long time to look good, I relish in the opportunity to make it look as slapdash and bullshit as possible. But I don't know. It doesn't really matter. We're comparing apples to steel rods with this conversation, right. I think.
Well, let's get into this other topic here related to this, which comes from Angel De Jesus, who noticed what I noticed. Said, hello, CDC. This week, Square Enix announced the release date for Foamstars is February 6th, along with news it'll be on PS Plus. PS Plus is great news for the game, but then Sony is releasing Helldivers 2 days later, and that's paid only. While one game is for adults and the other is for babies seeing color for the first time or adults on acid, shouldn't these games be given more than 2 days breathing room? What say you? I do think this is strange.
Yeah.
And it's strange on multiple levels because Foamstar, first of all, nothing goes on PS Plus without Sony's permission, obviously, but Foamstars is also an exclusive third-party game. Now, when people wonder why Sony gets involved with games like this, I think that they have to see more broadly and understand that Square Enix most likely goes to them and says, like, if you want our Final Fantasy XVIs and Final Fantasy VII remakes, you have to take our Forspokens and our Foamstars as well. Like, there's just no doubt in my mind that that's how these games end up on the console at this point. And it's not to say they're bad. It's just that, because I actually think Forspoken in some way is underrated and hated for strange reasons. And I beat it. I just randomly played it last year and beat it. And it's not nearly as bad as people represent, but nonetheless, these aren't of the highest quality. And Foamstars, maybe it'll be really great. I don't know, but it just seems like one of those games that doesn't really have a place. And it's strange for them to choose to put it out at this point because it's a choice. So on PS Plus, they're going full in on this, and on Helldivers, they're going to release it 2 days later paid. It definitely is a distraction. Like, I don't really, if people really love Foamstars, then you're kind of disabling Helldivers. If I was at Arrowhead, I would be pretty pissed off about this and feel like you're kind of sending our game out to die. Now, will it matter? I don't know, but you have to understand that PS Plus games get significant boost. If you look at Circana's monthly data for games interacted with, so like hours played on PSN every month, the PS Plus games are always in there. And so that really is Foamstars is going to be played by a lot of people. And so I don't really know why they're doing that to Helldivers. You would think that because they hold the cards in this regard in all respects, even if you ignore that they hold the cards with PS Plus fundamentally, they hold the kind of publishing cards, even though it's a third party game, it's exclusive to their console, to be like, let's put this out, or let's put Helldivers out later, or let's put it out earlier, or whatever. I don't really get putting them out 2 days from each other. I'm surprised that this isn't a bigger point of discussion, because it's just splitting people. It's splitting like-minded people's attention. I don't know to what end. It almost seems like you're kind of hurting them both, maybe even. Certainly Foamstars might be hurt on the other side too. So Square Enix gets their free, easy money. Who knows how they feel about that from PS Plus, but I wonder how Helldivers will suffer or not from that. But it's certainly the thing that stuck out to me. Did you guys notice this?
Yeah, I noticed this. A lot of people brought that up when the Foamstars announcement with PS Plus came up. But I'm leaning kind of what you said, is that this might be somewhat out of their control, in that if they were supposed to, the plan was to have Foamstars be a PS Plus game whenever it's, they say the date, have it ready. And maybe the option, maybe they went to Arrowhead and said, hey, this is happening. Do you want to push? And they said, no. Maybe that's a possibility. Probably not. But I think it's probably just a commitment that they had to Square Enix. But and I wonder too, there's probably part of the calculation where they're thinking, well, how many people, like, what's the crossover of Foamstars and Helldivers 2? Which, being a multiplayer game, yeah, absolutely, but maybe they're just not too worried about it.
All right, let's go to number 2. It seems that nothing stops the PlayStation productions train from hurtling forward, because we have yet another PlayStation adaptation incoming in the form of an Until Dawn film. Until Dawn, of course, is the 2015 PS4 exclusive choice-based horror game from UK-based Supermassive, which at one time had a tight enough second-party relationship with Sony that it was widely assumed they were a logical acquisition target, especially when it became clear that French studio Quantic Dream, a second-party team with a similar style, was seemingly falling out of favor in the years before Detroit launched. Until Dawn represented Supermassive at their height, a long in development project once meant as a Move-enabled PS3 game first revealed in 2012. I actually played that version of the game, only to be restarted or reworked and moved to PS4. Amazingly, considering all that's happened with one of them in particular since, the game stars Rami Malek and Hayden, I never knew how to say her name, Panettiere? I think that's how you say it. Mm-hmm. And is essentially a prototype for what would become Supermassive's Dark Pictures Anthology, their annualized horror franchise published by Bandai Namco. As for the film, word comes by way of industry publication Variety, which notes that Screen Gems will co-produce alongside PlayStation Productions, placing director and writer team David F. Sandberg and Gary Dauberman at the helm. Sandberg is a Swedish director perhaps best known for his 2019 Shazam film in the DC universe, followed by a 2023 sequel, Fury of the Gods. However, he also directed two massively popular horror films that both made a metric ton of money, 2016's Lights Out and 2017's Annabelle Creation, so he's seemingly suited for this project. Dauberman, meanwhile, is an experienced horror writer who penned the original 2014 Annabelle, its aforementioned 2017 sequel, and the third film in that trilogy, launched in 2019, which he also directed. He has likewise adapted multiple Stephen King books to film, including the 2017 It adaptation and its 2019 sequel, both huge hits, as well as the upcoming Salem's Lot adaptation. Adding to his resume, he also wrote the 2018 hit film The Nun. Few other details are yet known about this project, including actors, timing, and so on, though we do know that this is yet another ramping up of PlayStation's cross-media hopes and dreams. Until Dawn would be its sixth film, with two already launched, 2022's Uncharted and 2023's Gran Turismo, and three others still incoming in the form of Days Gone, Ghost of Tsushima, and Gravity Rush. As we already know, PlayStation Productions has likewise brought in heavily with TV, with HBO's The Last of Us and Peacock's Twisted Metal already airing, and with God of War incoming to Amazon Prime and Horizon to Netflix in the near future. Okay, this is interesting. By the way, I was reading I don't know much about horror films, or really any films at all, but I was taking a look at the different box office draws for these films that I was noting, like Annabelle and The Nun. So these movies made serious fucking money on like no budgets, like $10 million budgets, and make like $500 million. It's like, holy shit. So I don't know. Until Dawn might just be positioned as one of those films where its PlayStation connection is almost irrelevant. Dustin, I'm sorry, actually, Chris, let's go to you first. What do you think about Until Dawn being announced? Totally unassociated from Supermassive, by the way, as Sony obviously owns it.
Yeah. I mean, like you said, horror films are smart. They're smart bets. They're relatively cheap to do well. And they make a lot of money largely because like they're just kind of they're the closest you can get to an event film that isn't like some cinematic universes like Endgame or like, you know, all the Spider-Men are here. You know, like they're those movies that you go to with like a bunch of people and, you know, just you bring very easily scared people to it just to laugh at it. It's fun. They're fun still to this day to bring people to. I noticed that when I went to see Evil Dead Rise, like there was a crazy amount of people in the theater and that was like a while after it came out too. So they still get a lot of play in movie theaters and they're very popular. So I think it makes sense from that perspective as a business decision. It's like, oh, we have this horror franchise. We're doing all this TV and movie stuff. Why not do this? Makes a ton of sense. We'll probably get a pretty quick return on investment. Like, and if we do it well, then we might have a horror classic. Who the fuck knows? So it makes sense from that perspective. From a does this need a film adaptation perspective, I don't fucking get it at all. You know, like I the whole point of Until Dawn was that it was a playable movie, and so removing the playability of it just kind of, all right. It's cool, I guess. You've taken out the main reason why it was so successful, but like, all right, cool, yeah, good job. But they're gonna make a ton of money on it, I think. So I think that's ultimately the reason.
Where are your thoughts on this, Dustin?
So I talked to a friend of the show, horror YouTuber Jimmy Champagne, who watches all horror movies. He actually posted a tweet about it first, and he said that he couldn't think of a better team. And then he said to me, "This team is goated. Holy shit." That's the expert analysis from Jimmy. And I do trust him. I'm making a joke about how he said it. But I expressed to him that sort of what Chris was saying is that Until Dawn is designed as kind of a stereotypical horror movie about teens out in a cabin in the woods. You know, it has a lot of tropey characters and stuff like that happens, but the unique part is it's playable. So what's the point of the movie? Jimmy expressed that this is unique because of the I want to make sure I don't get into spoilers, but
I mean,
some of the stuff that happens in Until Dawn that's scary is pretty unique for this genre. So I'll leave it at that just in case, to be extra cautious. But yeah, so it sounds like the right team making it, which is cool. And PlayStation Productions, as we keep saying, surprisingly good so far, and has justified the movies that we said that we all three were saying not necessary, right? So maybe there'll be some kind of unique spin on this in some way that has us, changing our minds on it. And so far, that's probably likely the case. Yeah. So I'm curious to see what they're going to do for the actors. Are they going to cast the same people? But I wonder, I mean, they're older now, and they were already kind of cast older for a younger group. I wonder if it won't quite fit anymore.
There's definitely some, like Spider-Man 1, 2002 syndrome of like, these people are clearly 27 in high school.
Yeah, 90210 energy.
But yeah, I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I mean, I assume they'll just make a ton of money on this, because like it really wouldn't be expensive to do Until Dawn really at all in comparison to really any other, like compared to Twisted Metal, dude. Oh my God. Like, that check basically writes itself. I wonder how they're going to handle the twist that when they unmask the Wendigo, it's Walt Disney. At the end of Until Dawn. It's going to be wild to see.
Oh dear. All right. 2 questions to probe deeper into this. The first from Michael Mashed Potato. It says, hey, CDC. With the announcement of Until Dawn being adapted into a motion picture, are we on the verge of beating a dead horse? Being beat over the head with gaming films and TV shows? Same thing. The same way we are currently being clobbered to death with Marvel and Star Wars content. We all know what follows this trend around: fatigue. I, for one, don't care about any of these films because I already play 800 hours of gaming every year. My concern is eventually just getting sick of gaming. I've been gaming since I was 4 years old, and when I got my Game Boy in 1990, I hold gaming very close to my heart. It's one of my form of escapism that I have left to enjoy. Movies are not as good as they used to be, and very rarely do we get movies like the insanity of what is Saltburn. The gaming industry doesn't need Hollywood, but instead Hollywood needs the gaming industry. Am I going to have to watch the next Uncharted film to understand the story of the next Uncharted game? Do you get where I am going? Am I wrong to feel this way? I understand that some of these stories are fantastic and the world deserves to be able to connect with them, but at what cost? What are your thoughts on potentially having gaming fatigue? I'll hang up and listen now. Thanks, fellas. I personally think these things are unrelated to each other. I mean, I think there is an argument to be made about the creativity of just beating this horse. And yeah, I think that could be a concern. But 6 films, which is what it is now, is not that many films. And 2 of them are already out. And we should, from a holistic point of view, if like you care about the PlayStation brand and want more of the games you like, then you should want them to translate well to draw more people in to play those games. So we get more people playing them, more people buying them. They're made more for a bigger audience, and so on and so forth. A so-called virtuous cycle, as Jim Ryan might say. And so I think each movie and TV show should be approached with an open mind, specifically because I think they have earned that. I think Uncharted was better than it had any business being, although I don't think it's great. I think Gran Turismo was a lot of fun. And I think The Last of Us is awesome. And Twisted Metal was pretty good. So until they fuck one of these up, and I think Gravity Rush might be the first one that looks like it's off. I mean, visually, at least for me, but it's very early and it's too early to judge. They're going to get my benefit of the doubt, wherein if 2 of those were bad, or all of them were bad, or one of them even was bad, I'd be like, well, okay, but none of them are anywhere close to being bad. So I don't see and like you said, Dustin, as well, this is supposed to be a really good combination of people. So anything left to say about this, Chris?
Yeah, I don't know. I just have kind of an issue with the writing in general, just because I feel like comparing Star Wars or Marvel to the breadth of gaming is kind of short-sighted. I mean, the reason Star Wars fatigue and Marvel fatigue are real is because all those things are interconnected in ways that they wouldn't otherwise be were they separate franchises. Like Uncharted isn't going to tie into Twisted Metal, isn't going to tie into, Until Dawn. Like, these are very separate entities. I feel like we're comparing a franchise to an entire medium, and I think that's a little silly. I don't imagine. I don't see a comparison point between those two things really at all. I feel like there is a case to be made that it is unfortunate that we won't make any new original stuff, and we are instead being drawn to other mediums to create derivative works of those things. That is, I think, that's depressing, but I can't imagine that leading to any kind of fatigue, because the amount, like the fatigue that you would get out of one Ghost of Tsushima movie isn't going to translate to the next time you see, I don't know, Gran Turismo or something. Like I just don't see that. Also, I disagree with the idea that movies aren't great anymore. Like we get great movies. We're just in the present, so we have to sift through the bullshit. I feel like this is something that is really obvious when you look back at music, where it's like people in the 80s didn't think they were living in a great time for music. Like, we think the 80s are great now because all of those hits have sifted to the top, and we forgot about all the fucking Christopher Crosses and all the bullshit.
Oh wow, my mom's gonna be really upset with that.
That all that people had to sift through, and even the 2000s is kind of having that thing too. I saw recently this article. It's like songs that are like 10 years old, or 20 years old from 2004 or whatever, and they're all really fucking good. But at the time, I remember in the 2000s feeling like, man, music's pretty fucking rough right now. But the reality is, it's like, no, man, we've always had Rambo 5s and just all this sequelitis bullshit. We just had Oppenheimer, and Barbie was great, and Evil Dead Rise was also fucking great. So like, I don't know, man. Like there's good shit out there. You're just not looking in the right places.
Dustin, you have any thoughts you want to share? I
think Chris pretty much covered everything I wanted to say. So.
All right, fair enough. We have one more angle to hit it from. Cedric S. wrote in and said, "Hey, keepers of the sacred symbols. I just found out that there's going to be an Untold Dawn movie directed by David F. Sandberg, director of Lights Out, Annabelle Creation, and Shazam. My question is simple. Where the hell is the sequel to Until Dawn? Clearly, Sony hasn't forgotten about it. It's due for a sequel. And do you think Sony may have one in the works? With big budget horror being huge in gaming right now, is Sony just leaving money on the table? Thanks, and I'll take my answer to go." You will indeed take it to go. So I think that you have to look at Until Dawn as this sort of ephemeral project that I think you're getting sequels to in some regard from Bandai Namco's Supermassive developed Dark Pictures anthology. I think if Sony wanted those games, they probably could have had them. I think Until Dawn was both surprisingly good and sold fairly well, but maybe not well enough for Sony to continue working with them. You also have to remember that I think Supermassive's relationship, at least from my interpretation, I don't have any insight, but just look at the schedule, is that Supermassive started to release some nonsense. And I think Sony was like, I don't think so. Now it's also interesting to note that Supermassive is owned by a film company in Nordisk, and there is they're not involved in any of this at all. So it really is Sony just taking the IP and doing what they want with it, which is their right to do. So I think with the fact with all of the games and TV products is that I think they will all beget, or at least if they don't inherently already have one coming, they will beget game products. Like, I suspect that the rumored Twisted Metal game is real. I suspect that it's possible that we do get a Gravity Rush game one day, maybe like a smaller $20 or $30 game, maybe not 20, but $30 or $40 game. Who knows? So maybe that is the predicate, but I just think of this necessarily as additive, just because they're making money. So it makes sense for them. That should be good for the brand to give us more games and more security in making the kind of big budget games that they make that are high risk and frankly pretty low reward when you look at the gross margins. So we'll leave it there. No word on when that's coming out. I'm sure it's still in development, and I imagine we probably wouldn't see that until 2026 or something like that. All right, finally, this happened right before we started recording, so I got to write this up quickly. Number 3. We're now well into January, which means American sales tracking firm Circana, previously known as NPD, has not only released sales data for December 2023, but for the entirety of 2023 as well. So let's get into it, keeping in mind that this data tracks software and hardware sales in the United States, both digitally and at retail, with some exceptions, primarily Nintendo, which doesn't share digital sales data for some reason. For December alone, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 was the biggest selling game of the month in the US, followed by Super Mario Wonder, Madden NFL 24, Hogwarts Legacy, and Spider-Man 2. Other notable games include Avatar Frontiers of Pandora at 6, which is surprising, and God of War Ragnarok at 14. The more interesting list here, though, is the data for all of 2023. Hogwarts Legacy was indeed the best-selling game in the US in 2023, the first time since 2008 that the top game wasn't a Rockstar game or a Call of Duty game. That year, it was Rock Band. 3, 4, and 5 are Madden NFL 24, Spider-Man 2, and The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Other notable games include Diablo 4 at 6, Mortal Kombat 1 at 8, Star Wars Jedi Survivor at 9, Starfield at 11, Resident Evil 4 Remake at 13, MLB The Show 23 at 14, Dead Island 2 at 15, Final Fantasy 16 at 16, Street Fighter 6 at 17, and Elden Ring at 18. On PlayStation platforms alone, so PS4 and PS5, these were the top 20 games by dollar sales on the platform in the US for all of 2023 in order. Hogwarts Legacy, Spider-Man 2, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, Madden NFL 24, Star Wars Jedi Survivor, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, Mortal Kombat 1, Diablo 4, EA Sports FC 24, MLB The Show 23, Final Fantasy 16, Resident Evil 4 Remake, God of War Ragnarok, Dead Island 2, Street Fighter 6, Assassin's Creed Assassin's Creed Mirage, FIFA 23, which is surprising, so that's last year's FIFA, Gran Turismo 7, NBA 2K24, and Dead Space Remake. Glad they made it at number 20. PlayStation 5 was obviously December's best-selling console in the US and was the best-selling console by a mile in the US for the calendar year as well. Sony made more gross revenue on PS5 sales in December than in any month in PlayStation's history for hardware. Over in Europe, sales from GSD has likewise released sales data for 2023 on the continent. EA Sports FC 24 was not surprisingly Europe's best-selling game, with Hogwarts Legacy slotting second. PlayStation 5 saw a 177% year-over-year sales increase across Europe in 2023, and even PlayStation 4 is still selling, pushing more cumulative software than even Xbox Series X and S. I don't take that stat too seriously because there's just not much of a retail market on Xbox anymore. It's kind of unfair to judge it from that metric alone. Any thoughts on this? Dustin, I saw Elden Ring hanging on.
Yeah.
Number 18, but a pretty good and I think a very diverse year. One thing I did notice, no Baldur's Gate on the top 20 for PlayStation.
Yeah.
Or on the top 20 generally, but you would think that it would be on there, but I don't know. Larian didn't share, I don't think Larian shares Steam data, but I don't know if that's the same for their others as far as if they track that or not, but you would think it would be in there if they did.
Yeah, you would definitely think so. I wonder what's up with that. I mean, the first thing is Hogwarts Legacy pulling number 1 is awesome and hilarious. Of course, we've talked about the boycott many times, so but has to be said. And the other thing that I'm wondering is just Call of Duty kind of fallen off this year, because on PlayStation in particular, not only being beat by Hogwarts Legacy, but also Spider-Man. And it just it makes me wonder, not that Call of Duty is not in trouble by any means, but this is definitely the lowest effort that they've put in to a new release, and it shows in that it did result in less sales, I think, to some degree. So I just hope Call of Duty is one of those games that I do have some fondness for. Every few years I get really into, and then I just think, man, instead just make a game every few years instead of these. But really with this year, this kind of half-ass approach is disappointing, and it sucks because that did seem like it was the plan, is that this was going to be an off year with maybe just some kind of map pack or something like that. And then instead they made a half-hearted short campaign and a bunch of remade maps and then slapped a 3 on it. So I wonder if they're going to reconsider that strategy in the future. But yeah, Hogwarts Legacy pulling number 1, super happy for Avalanche because they pulled it off. It's a great game. Happy to see the success.
All right. Let's see here. Anything you want to add, Chris, before we move on?
No, I think Dustin covered it, but yeah.
All right, fair enough. Yeah, I'm really just happy to see such a diverse catalog of games selling well.
Yeah.
It's everything. Sports games, annualized games, fighting games, 2 fighting games, major role-playing games. I mean, Dead Island 2 being on that list, I think is actually pretty well deserved because I think it's fairly solid, like the perfect 7 in some sense.
Yeah.
And Starfield showing strong at 11, even though it's on Game Pass. Star Wars Jedi Survivor at 9. Mortal Kombat outselling Street Fighter. A lot of interesting stuff on here. FIFA 23 selling because I wonder if people were like, that's the last FIFA game. So
yeah,
we'll just buy that because, you know.
I'm personally just really happy to see Dead Space crack it, because I think Dead Space is just so exceptionally good. It is so fucking good. I really can't believe it's that low, but I'm glad it's there, you know.
All right. Let's get into 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas as we end this episode of Sacred Symbols, as we always do. Your support over on patreon.com/laststandmedia is essential. Join more than 13,600 of you paying monthly subscriptions to get early ad-free access, the ability to submit your questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas, access to Sacred Symbols Plus, and of course, our perks go for all of our shows. So that's the Finding Duke, our Xbox show, Punching Up, our Nintendo show, Constellation, our conversational podcast, Knockback, our nostalgic podcast, and so on and so forth. Mars Barrow wrote in. It said, "Greetings, Sacred Simps. Just wanted to quickly say that I really enjoy the direction the shows are going so far in the new year. Thank you. Lots of fun and informative content. I do have a question too. Should we redefine or recontextualize what a live service game is? I think of Destiny, Fortnite, and games like GTA Online as traditional live service games. Lately, we've lumped in games like Forza, NBA 2K, and MLB The Show. The latter games only have minor changes and updates and don't really fit the definition in my mind. Just because the game has online features, it shouldn't necessarily qualify it as a live service game. What say you? Am I missing something, or am I a bit off on this assumption? What do you think, Chris?"
Yeah, I feel like live service is kind of entering RPG territory, right? Where like, you have a game and it's like, it's got RPG elements, like, oh, you got little stats for 3 different shirts, and that's RPG elements. I feel like that's kind of what's happening with live services, where like there's a lot of games that fall under the live service umbrella that I look at it, I'm like, there's nothing live service about this. Like it kind of doesn't really make a lot of sense at all. Even, Suicide Squad, that upcoming Suicide Squad game is looking to borrow a lot of design tropes from live service games for sure, or not necessarily tropes, but design decisions and certain UI and just the way gear works. But like, I don't even know if, like, I don't know what the fuck their plan is with that, but even that seems like kind of a stretch to me. It's like, it seems like what you've built here is a gear score centered single player open world sandbox that people can play co-op with. Like that doesn't strike me as like, is Borderlands a live service? Because it had DLCs and it was like multiplayer, like it's getting into this weird territory where like, I don't know how I feel about this. We're getting a little too cheeky with the way that we refer to these games. We're also getting a little bit too cheeky about, we saw it at the Game Awards where they were like, oh, Cyberpunk is the best ongoing game. I don't know. I'm not so sure about that. So I do think there definitely needs to be like just a unified recontextualization of what a live service game even fucking is. Because that's definitely, I've noticed this same thing.
It's funny because some people bust balls when I talk about the taxonomy of games and like why it's actually relevant and important that we do figure out these definitions. And people are like, why does it matter? And it's because like, well, it matters how we talk about video games. Like, why wouldn't we want to have stricter parameters about the way we talk about things? So I totally understand what you're saying. I agree with you. What do you think, Dustin?
Yeah, I think there's an angle. He brings up Forza, NBA 2K, and MLB where, yeah, those games definitely have live service elements, whether they're battle passes or loot boxes or continual updates, but they're full. I can't speak to the sports games as much, but even Forza, I've played enough to know it's a full game. You don't need to engage with those live service elements. So it feels wrong to just label it as a live service game when it's not necessarily intended to be that, even though it has those elements. So I guess that is the question then, is that what fully defines a pure live service game? Obviously, we think of a game, Fortnite, that's a live service game. GTA Online, that's a live service game. But we're also kind of separating it. We're not saying GTA 5, we're saying GTA Online. Destiny, live service game, especially now that it's free to play and their current model with the game. So I don't know. I guess those other games you just label that the multiplayer, a live service multiplayer suite, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. We're getting too liberal with the use of that word, I think.
All right, let's leave it there with that question. I think that it's totally worthwhile to better define these things. I just don't know. I think it's going to get more flagrant before it gets better. Chris Ritchie wrote in and said, "Hi, Sacred Crew. The JRPG boys will be feasting like the gods in the coming couple of months. I'm curious where you plan on spending your time over the next few weeks. I had planned on focusing on Persona 3 Remake, but then Grand Blue Fantasy's demo dropped, and I have to say, it really gives me those older school Tales comfort food vibes. With the main story stated to be 20 to 25 hours, that feels like a nice sweet spot to kick things off."
Ooh.
Dustin, where are you on this?
Dude, I don't even know. I was thinking about this because Grand Blue comes out the day before Persona 3, and I want to play both those games really badly. So I really shouldn't play them both at the same time, but I'm a moron and I'm going to. And and then that's the thing is then I'm going to be juggling those two games with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth on the horizon as well. So I'm hoping with Grand Blue, I don't know what the runtime on that is. I think that I got to have the approach that Persona 3 Remake is more of a long-term play, not as in all year, but over the course of 2 months, we'll say, where I'm able to fit in Grand Blue and Final Fantasy. And honestly, all of those might go on break when Final Fantasy VII Rebirth comes out. If I can beat either Persona 3 or Grand Blue before Final Fantasy, if I can beat one of those two, I'll be happy. But yeah, it sucks that that both of these are that all three of these games are coming out so close to one another because again, this is a first world problems podcast. Having too many JRPGs is 100% and a good problem to have, especially too many good JRPGs. But I don't know. I'll probably end up starting them both and then just kind of gradually shift to just playing one. If I'm being realistic, but I will try to play both.
For me, because Micah got Persona 3 Portable on Switch,
Yeah.
I want to say. And I think she's going to play that first. And I actually feel the same way, that I'd rather not play the remake. I'd rather just play the original one of the original ones and just get a feel for that first and then go into the remake at a later date. Especially because I feel like there's going to be a Persona 4 remake at some point. I mean, that seems somewhat inevitable.
Hell yeah. Please.
So, and I've already played Persona 4, so that would be easy to get right into that. So I might do that at that time. So Grand Blue definitely takes precedent. And I know that I can really only handle one of those because we'll be going into it. And then Helldivers is right there and a few other things. And then we're really into Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. And I want to play Final Fantasy VII Integrate leading into that. So I need to cut a couple of weeks off as that. I want to roll right into Final Fantasy VII Rebirth from that. So that's going to take up about half my February into the leap day. But I agree that people are going to be eating really well. And I agree with you, Chris, that, and I mean Chris Ritchie, that who wrote in, is that I get the same Tales vibes from it. It's like I don't even want to say lower production. It looks like an older Tales game in some sense, like not literally Tales of Legendia or something like that, but something from that era if it was going to be updated in some way. And so I don't know. I'm thrilled to have this level of choice. It seems like people are really enjoying the demo for Grand Blue, and I'm eager to get into it myself. But I didn't play the demo. I just want to go into it fresh. I just looked at it and I'm like, yeah, this looks good to me. I'm excited about that. All right. Nikitas Gagas wrote in, said, "Hey guys, I hope this finds you all well. I apologize if this has already been covered by LSM. Regrettably, I'm unable to catch all of your wonderful content. This past week, I was perturbed to have discovered the existence of something called Sweet Baby Inc. If you were not already aware, it is, quote, a narrative development and consultation studio on a mission to tell better, more empathetic stories while diversifying and enriching the video game industry, end quote. I would greatly appreciate it if an expert in the industry, such as yourself, could explain how and why a company like this was formed in the first place, why it is necessary, and who decides it's beneficial to have their script treated by what is very clearly an agenda-driven mob of fascists. I find it hard to believe that someone like Sam Lake willingly handed his script over to these people. They worked on Alan Wake 2, among many other popular titles, and was okay with them doctoring his material so it's more digestible for thin-skinned masses. What is the point of having a writer if their work needs to be revised in such a manner? Would like to hear your thoughts. Stay well, and thank you for the amazing podcast. I'm very happy to see how much LSM has grown over the years. Congrats." I've heard of this company before, and I looked into this for you. I actually read about it a lot last night when I was preparing the show. And I think calling them the agenda-driven mob of fascists is, I think that's too extreme for what this is. I don't like that strong of language if we want to be very specific, but I don't deny that when you read about them, you understand that this is an agenda-driven situation, no doubt, nonetheless. Whether or not that comes out as fascism, I don't think so. I mean, and in fact, I think that their inclusion, their optional inclusion, I mean, you might not like to hear this, but their optional inclusion without a gun being held to their head, presumably, means that it's like the free market at work, unfortunately, and that there are developers that feel like this is necessary for them. And it might not be to give Remedy, for instance, Sam Lake. I mean, he's very familiar with the United States and all of the rest, obviously, but you might want to give more foreign developers the benefit of the doubt that maybe they feel like they need a North American eye toward our very unique set of expectations in certain places that don't make sense in other places because they don't make sense generally speaking, and that these people fill that void. So it really is the market at work. But there's no doubt too that, and I've talked about this with my opinions on people like Anita Sarkeesian, is that it's clear, and I don't think she was explicitly doing it at all, but I think that there was an implicit fear of not feeding into that for threat of being outed as not being on board. So what I mean by that is when people say she visited Bungie and she visited Naughty Dog and she helped adapt this and that, and I'm like, I really don't know about that. And if I were knowing some of the people at these studios, I'd feel like you kind of bring people in like this to check a box and get people off your back. Yeah. And so I don't know how these people are being used in that regard, but it is true when you go to their website that they have their hands on a lot of games, and they have a Moby Games page. They have writing credits on Alan Wake 2, Spider-Man 2, Battle Shapers, The Crew Motorfest, Goodbye Volcano High. They probably wrote the entire thing for all we know. Shadow Gambit, The Cursed Crew, Kingdom 80s, God of War Ragnarok, Lost Your Marbles, Sable, and Dungeons & Dragons Dark Alliance. So what's clear is that they're certainly with Sony in some way, and that if you're distressed by that, I guess I understand. But I wouldn't concern yourself too much with this. There is an interview that they did that I discovered over at Games Industry last year, and they get into kind of it's called 3 Considerations for Improving Diverse Game Narratives and Characters from their employee Kim Belair, and you can read a little bit more about them, but I wouldn't jump the gun too much on this stuff. I do feel sometimes, Chris, that this sort of stuff is almost a trap. Yeah. In that, and I know people, it's an inelegant way of putting it, but I think people understand what I mean, where it's like it's baiting you in some way. When people are like, oh, the existence of diversity baits you, it's like, no, what you're making it your mission statement feels like that sometimes to get people on board. And I do think the Anita Sarkeesians benefited from that by having like speaking tours and stuff, but I don't think anyone really gave a shit what she said.
No, I don't know. She's a very unique person because she's in the position of, unfortunately, I don't know. She made a lot of feminist critique content that was just very low effort, very lazy, very not good. It just wasn't. It wasn't even like offensively. It wasn't even like offensive. It was just like, this is just not very well done. And she got a lot of criticism for it, and she got over criticized for it, certainly to a degree, which unfortunately puts her on the back foot and makes everybody who had some issue with what she was doing seem like they were involved with like a mob. But I don't know, man. Like I look at things like this, I'm reminded of a story that I heard a long time ago about. Are you guys familiar with the show, The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy?
Yeah,
I'm not. No,
I remember.
So it's a show in which these two children basically win a bet. They win a game of Limbo against the Grim Reaper, and in exchange, the Grim Reaper has to be their slave for all eternity. And the whole show is just these two kids taking advantage of the fact that they have the Grim Reaper as their slave. Basically, it's crazy. But in the show, the Grim Reaper's voiced by a Jamaican guy, and it's hilarious. It's a fun show. It's ridiculous. But there was an episode where Grim becomes human, and originally, obviously, dude, like the guy is Jamaican. He's black, and so they originally had him be a black person, like a black guy when he became human. And somebody at Cartoon Network was like, "Hey, we probably shouldn't have 2 white children own a black man." it would probably look a little bit strange. And so they changed him to white. It didn't really make a lot of sense. It was kind of funny though that it was just some white guy with a Jamaican accent. I think it added to it. But this by the way, this predates a lot of the internet kind of oversensitivity that we kind of see a lot of people talk about today. And I say that to kind of I say that to kind of highlight the fact that there kind of is at least some point of reasonable analysis to be done, or at least reasonable kind of checks and balances to be done in this way that are not necessarily, heavy-handed or just done for the sake of it. Like that it was probably a very wise move of them in like 2004 or whatever to be like, yeah, he probably shouldn't be black. It's not going to ruin the world. It's not going to kill anybody, but like just for the sake of just having a simple cartoon that isn't pushing buttons that we're not trying to push and just trying to entertain as many people as possible, this is probably a good direction to steer clear of. And I think that guidance makes perfect sense for certain things. And, I understand that we're in a culture that is very defined by people kind of being a little bit too easily shocked or easily offended or whatever. And I get that. But it's important that we don't overcorrect to the point where it's not to the point where we don't see the value in that, at least in a cursory context. Like you bring up the fact that they worked on Alan Wake 2. Alan Wake 2 is fucking amazing, narratively speaking. So like it didn't seem to really hurt that game. So I don't know. I don't know what I'm left to be afraid of as a result of their involvement with really anything. It was probably like the best written experience I had all year last year. So no, I'm not saying that that's their doing or anything, but if they were involved, they certainly didn't do anything to damage it. And if they did, it's completely fucking imperceptible. So I don't know. I would just say maybe when you see things like this, just kind of think rationally about why that kind of thing exists. Understand that there are extremes that you could go to in making assumptions about them, but not to panic. And definitely maybe, I don't know, using language like fascist is kind of crazy. It's kind of a lot.
Yeah, it's just an overreaction. I think the end result could be fascism, but I don't think this is fascism at work simply because it's voluntary. It's just the it's the antithesis of it. It's like if you have to scrub and sanitize everything to deliver it, at the end of the day, that certainly is fascistic. But if it's a voluntary thing that you opt into, because as a right, I don't write games like these guys are writing, but the games I write, it's like I don't want anyone to tell me that if I want to make it the most fucking inclusive thing that's ever been, that's certainly my right to do that.
Right. Yeah. I'm just saying, like, as somebody with my own sensibilities who doesn't really care about any of that shit, if I was on the team for the Grim Adventures, I probably would have gotten that network note and been like, yeah, that's probably
sure.
that's probably not a bad idea.
And here's their list of clients. And I would imagine that not many, but they probably have clients that are not public. You would assume that some of this is done secretly if they want to avoid this sort of shit. Xbox is on there, EA, Valve, Santa Monica Studio, 2K, Ubisoft, Square Enix, WB, Polytron, Rocksteady, Compulsion, Avalanche, Deck 9, People Can Fly, Wizards of the Coast, Raw Fury, and others. So yeah, and they have it seems like I was clicking around their website. I was actually going to email them, but I know these kinds of people are not going to want to hear from me and not going to either be nice or just ignore me. So it's like, what's the point? I've sent so many emails for no reason to see if they wanted to talk, and just reading their website, I can get that vibe. But it seems like they'll come in at any level of the writing or even beyond that, where they'll write only like barks and like kind of your last 1% of your text that you need as you're kind of shipping your game, or they'll fundamentally like write your game with you and all of the rest. So I have also no idea what their tendrils were in the different games that they were working on, because they do go into it in some of them. They have a if you guys go to their website, if anyone wants to go, it's sweetbabyinc.com, and they have a projects page. And if you scroll over it, so Alan Wake 2, we worked on character arc, voice, and sensitivity reading. God of War Ragnarok, we worked on narrative and character consultation with a focus on representation. Contraband, we worked on sensitivity reading, character bios, and script writing. So it's going to be different for each of these. And yeah, so I don't know. Do you have anything you want to add to this, Dustin? Sweet Baby Inc.
Yeah, so I'm also on their website, and there's a tab called Approach. And when it comes to the representation part, they said, we do cultural consultation, sensitivity and inclusivity reading, risk and opportunities assessment, and more. And I think this makes sense. Talking about Alan Wake, you have Sam Lake and his co-writer, I believe, writing for the character of Alan Wake, of course, but also Saga, who is a black woman. And so if you want to get really into the racial and labeling part, you have two black guys writing for a black woman.
White guys.
It would make two white guys writing for a black woman, and it would make sense for them to say, hey, would you read over this and make sure the voice is right? And that's what one of them said, right? For Alan Wake 2, what they did specifically. That makes total sense to me, that for the authenticity of the story, you want to make sure the voice you give a character is accurate. So I don't see any problem with that. I think where Sweet Baby has gotten the most criticism, whether it's founded or not, is for Spider-Man 2, where people immediately say, oh, well, Sweet Baby worked on Spider-Man 2, and that's why you're getting all this different diversity stuff shoved down your throat in every angle of the game.
Is that why they missed the giant Puerto Rican flag that wasn't correct?
Right. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. I want to make sure. Spider-Man 2 story consultation is what they worked on. So that's the thing, is that people are immediately ready to point the blame at them. It's like, maybe, but also maybe not. Maybe that was just a choice from Insomniac directly. So people are ready to point the blame on anyone for something they don't like. And so I don't think this is anything worth getting up in arms about currently.
Yeah.
But
the I don't know. The buck stops with the developers ultimately. Like consultation is just that. It's consultation. So like you can choose to act on it or not. Like I think it's kind of one of those things where it could be that this is one of those broken clocks right twice a day type things, where it's like they might come at you with a bunch of like unreasonable asks and a lot of unreasonable questions or like a lot of unreasonable suggestions or critiques or whatever. But there might be something valuable in there. Maybe.
Well,
it's not out of the realm of possibility. So like, I don't know.
There's also too just an angle of checking for cultural accuracies. Think of in the Middle East or somewhere where it's like, if you point the bottom of your shoe at somebody, it's like offensive or considered like, oh, this is where I step on the ground and I'm pointing it at you. Like if you were to put your foot over your other leg or something like that, someone might not know, and they put it in their game, and someone sees that and says, hey, that means something you don't realize that's only specific to this culture. You might want to change that in order to keep. And then I guess this comes back to like what I said about writing for Saga or any character of any ethnicity to keep accuracies. It's good to check for those things.
Yeah.
Yeah. I also want to say in parting, like, there is a problem, in my opinion, with people looking at their identity as their personality. And that is the trouble with this sort of thing. I think the so-called DEI stuff or whatever that people get up in arms about is, I'm kind of just bored of it.
Right.
Where it's like, I don't give a fuck that you're gay. I don't care that you're black. I don't care that you're trans. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Like, I don't see anyone really up in arms about this. So like, why are we being told like this is such an important thing when it's like, dude, you're where is the resistance anyway? I don't care. Just tell me your stories with the characters you want and from the frame of mind that you want. That's your right to do that. There's too much focus on, I'm a trans person. It's like, you're just a person. I'm a black woman. I was like, you're just a person. Like, I don't know. Like, but if this is so reductive and antithetical to me to progress. Like, we're staying stuck in differentiation as opposed to just being like, whatever, like, and I've said this before on the show that I was born in 1984 and grew up in a very diverse place. And I really didn't become like racially conscious until I was in college or even after that, when it started being kind of shoved down my throat. But I grew up in a very diverse place with friends of all sorts of different nationalities, and shit like that just didn't come up. I'm not saying it's important or that everyone grows up like that, but that to me seemed like progress. Now we seem like behind that in some sense. And that bothers me because I did experience it the other way. And it just wasn't like a topic of conversation. My black neighbors or whatever, I don't know. I know people say like, you're a white man, you're a straight white man. It's like, well, I don't define myself like that. I'm just a person as well,
Yeah. I think I don't know. It's it's interesting because like if you're writing fiction from the perspective of certain characters that you like, if you're writing for like a black woman, like you could write how you would write it. You would just write normally, but like at a certain point, that is going to come up in some way. Like it is going to inform what the character is like, because that character can't have the exact same upbringing that you did exactly. You know, you're gonna want to. Like, I can't imagine somebody making like a mob movie, like a movie about like, you know, the mafia, and not like speaking to like Italians about it. You know what I mean? Like that to me like makes perfect sense. It's why you don't really see a lot of movies like that made by people who aren't like Scorsese or something, because they just kind of understand this space. So like I get it. Like I wish it was not so important, but I do think in the realm of fiction it has a place. Or like when you're writing characters of like a completely different background than you, that it helps to have some awareness of it. But I don't know. First of all, I just want to say that the name of Sweet Baby Inc. is a terrible name. I don't like that at all.
It's creepy. I don't want to say it like that, but it's creepy. It's
fucking weird. Yeah, I dislike it immensely. That is my main point of criticism with this.
Dakota Brown wrote in. Said, hey, CDC. I have a question regarding owning a dog and playing video games. Colin, I know your family includes 2 dogs that act insanely at times. Same goes for Dustin, but I don't hear too much about Frisk's energy level on the shows. My wife and I also have a mutt, literally because we don't know his actual breed, who loves to squeak his toys around me. I was just playing Dead Space Remake over the weekend and had to endure his constant squeaking while Necromorphs chased my ass. So I'm curious if you both endure the same interruptions. Do your dogs have toys that loudly get destroyed while you try to relax and play games, or are they better behaved than my little Taco, my dog's name? Thanks for all you guys do, and I really love the new show. It's so funny. I know my friend Sin, who was at my wedding, his dog's name is Taco. That's kind of strange. It's not the same Taco. It's a different Taco, a different dog named Taco. Dakota, thank you for writing in. Do you get distracted by your dog, Dustin, whilst you play games?
Sometimes, yes. Particularly, Frisk is very regimented on her food schedule. So if I'm playing a game in the 4 o'clock hour, by about 4:50, she's going to start bothering me to eat at 5. And I always am like, stop, like, leave me alone. It's not time yet, right? The other thing, too, is that Frisk is an extremely affectionate dog, which is very, very cute. I love how she constantly wants attention and pets, but if you're trying to play a game, she'll just kind of plop herself on your lap and she'll do the cutest little thing where she kind of just like uses her arm and try to pats you, almost like trying to like, hey, I'm here. And you're like, fine. You pause, you try to pet her for a bit, and then you try to play again. And then the cycle just begins. But overall, she's pretty chill. She, for the most part, is fine to just sit beside you, sit on your lap, and hang out. And I love that. I love having Frisk on my lap when I play games, other than when she's being exceptionally needy. But she doesn't really care about playing with toys for the most part. She'll play with toys with us where you play fetch and stuff like that, but she's not going to just sit there and squeak something, which I'm very thankful for, because some of my friends' dogs have done that. You're trying to watch a movie, and maybe when Schindler's List is on, the squeaking just doesn't add to the mood,
Yeah. Rush always just sits with me. I mean, he's calmed down a lot. He's not really crazy too much anymore. Treble's pretty annoying, but she destroys all the squeakers in her toys very quickly so that they don't make noise anymore, and then they get ripped out and she just has the toy left over. But she's very needy with just attention, like just barking, and she whines like crazy, like just whines and whines and whines if you don't pay attention to her. And then you have to just eventually pick her up and put her in your lap or something, and then she'll just fall asleep. But it becomes a little bit of a distraction, but generally speaking, it's not a big deal. I would have find that really annoying too. It's nice that you let your dog do that around you. I think that would get a little annoying as well, but you got to let the dog be the dog. Dakota Brown.
That's like my dog back home is very similar. She does this. She's kind of loud. Like every time somebody comes even close to the door, she'll bark really loudly. Like no matter who it is, and it's like even if it's just me again. I think she has like no sense of object permanence, and she just assumes I've vanished for all time every time I leave the room, and so she's just excited that I'm still alive. Yeah. But she does this cute thing too, where she'll go out to when it's snowing or when it like if we're at the beach or something, she'll scratch into the sand. She'll be like I remember my past life. Please help. And it's cute every single time. Every time she scratches it into the sand, it's cute.
One thing that Frisk does, I don't know if Rush or Treble do this or your dog Chris, but sometimes she'll sit beside me, but like far enough, and she's staring at me, and she's polite at first. She'll be like, oh.
Yeah.
Oh. And then they slowly increase in frequency and in volume until eventually she can't deal with it anymore. She's like, pay attention now. And
that's cute.
It's so cute when she does it. You can't be mad at these dogs for doing this just because they're so stinking cute.
Yeah.
I do get mad a little bit after a little while where it's like, dude, how much more can I do for you right now? Like, we're sitting here forever. I gotta you can sit with me, but I gotta not pay attention actively to you anymore. Rush is much better about that. Rush is, they do say like dogs take, I don't know. Treble's really not like Mike at all, I guess, but Rush very much is just like me where he just is like, wants to kind of just chill and lay down. He just like sits on my lap or sits on my chair with me and for hours and he's just hanging out. So he's relatively easy to game around. Onyx Osprey wrote in and said, howdy, sacred fellers. With Mickey Mouse recently entering the public domain via his Steamboat Willie iteration, how soon do you think it will be before his likeness is heavily used in new video games? I can already envision the hundreds of shovelware games. Further, do you think any of the big devs or publishers would dare utilize him in any way? There already is a game, I think, somewhat. Right, Mouse game?
FPS? Mouse. Yeah. Well, that's it's not Steamboat Willie necessarily. It's just kind of like rubber hose 1930s style animation inspired. Okay. But yeah, it's
getting there, I guess. Yeah, but he has literally entered public domain. I'm sure someone will do something with it. I know Disney fought that for a long time and will continue to fight other things as they come forward and come to, which is going to happen over the decades, like by the fucking mass. It's going to be awesome. And I think I say this as a creative person that I think it's necessary for this to happen. And it probably should happen. There's arguments that it should happen way sooner. It's good. Like Castlevania, for instance, is completely built on things like Bram Stoker and Mary Shelley's Frankenstein and all these other things. Like it's really not original at all in some sense. Some of it is, but a lot of it is inspired by history. A lot of it is inspired by old fiction. And I think opening that stuff up and it kind of bums me out that mega powerful companies like Disney fight that, as opposed to being like, oh, we'll just come up with like the new Mickey Mouse kind of thing. And we'll still have Mickey Mouse. He's always going to be associated with us. We can always make money off of him. It's not really affecting us. Yeah. I don't know. It's just kind of, and that's just Steamboat Willie, by the way, but not Mickey Mouse himself will eventually, enter it into the public domain as well. Right. So I expect that we'll see things, but I'm not looking forward to that. There are certain things though in their back catalog where I'm like, this is going to be dope when it comes public soon enough.
I will say though, it is kind of disheartening to see that the first thing that everybody does is like, let's make a horror thing. Mm-hmm. Let's make Winnie the Pooh's public domain. Let's make a horror movie. Mm-hmm. Oh, Steamboat Willie's coming out. Let's make a horror game. It's like, okay, I get it. But like by the time those movies even like when you even see what their designs are, you almost feel like they could have gotten away with it before because it's so separated. That like that Winnie the Pooh movie, like there was that character had no resemblance to Winnie the Pooh at all. I feel like they could have gotten away with this even before the trademark or whatever the thing lapsed in the first place. And the Steamboat Willie game is the same thing. It's like that's a Meat Canyon cartoon. I feel like this is protected under parody, probably. So I don't know. It's weird.
Did you hear about the horror game, which originally was called Infestation 88?
Right. Yeah.
And then they changed the name because people were saying it was an anti-Semitic dog whistle.
Oh, because
for the 1488.
It's funny. 311 has a song called Days of 88. No one ever made that leverage that against them, which is funny.
So it sucks. I totally agree with you, Chris, that it's immediately like, let's taint everyone's childhood and make it scary and they're killer.
It's just kind of bland.
It's cool. I guess it could be cool, but I feel like it's overdone. And there's so many other cool ideas for somewhat like a Steamboat Willie 2D platformer made in a Cuphead style. That would be awesome. Way cooler than whatever this the game is now called Infestation Origins. So they just took the most generic video game word, slapped that at the end instead.
It might as well be AI. Jesus.
I'm really struggling with what we are going to call the role playing game. It has a code name, but because I don't want it to be anything generic, you know. And you're like, it's like Legend or Gods, or it's like, oh God, what am I going to call this thing? Fall.
Something fall.
Yeah, something fall.
I don't know.
Colin fall.
Colin fall. Vincent Castro has a final inquiry this week. He says, "What's up, Crustlin? A new Insomniac leak slide deck was uncovered, and it said 60% of total hours spent on PlayStation games were on offline single-player games. This is in juxtaposition to free-to-play multiplayer games and multiplayer games with PS Plus required. Are you boys surprised by these numbers? How do you interpret them? Could it even be difficult for a new live service game to break through than we previously imagined, considering more people are still continuously playing single-player games as well? Thanks, and as always, I don't give a fuck if I go blind. I don't need to see the price tag anyways." What is that? Is that racist?
No. That's Dracula flow. It's just.
Oh, okay. Every time I say something unfortunate, I'm like, oh my God, is that going to be used against me?
No, it's only out of context things of that thing of what you say that makes sense.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Or I can't wait for the computer racism and the robot racism to go.
Oh yeah.
As we get more into that in the future, in the coming years and decades to come. Anti-Cylon sentiment. So I saw this floating around. It's interesting that things are still coming out of this leak, although none of it's really very interesting anymore to me. But this doesn't really surprise me because think about it. You have how many really meaningful games as a service? And even if you took just all the multiplayer games and stuff, how many are there really? There are a lot of them, but not nearly as many single player games. And you would think just mathematically, more people would just be playing single player games, which are the preponderance of games available. And then the people that play multiplayer are kind of siphoned into big games like Fortnite, Destiny, Call of Duty, whatever. And so I would imagine that proportionally more people play Fortnite than any single player game, but there are fewer of those than there are Uncharted's, Last of Us's, and so on, that 1-2% at a time. And before you know it, you get to over 50%. That doesn't, when I saw that, I was like, I'm not really that befuddled by that, to be perfectly honest with you. That makes some sense to me. It actually is really crazy that 4 out of 10 people at any given time are playing what seem to be 1 of 10 multiplayer games. So that to me is pretty crazy and much more impressive. Do you guys have anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, it's about half, and that sounds about right to me. So I don't feel like there's too much to read into it either. Yeah,
I thought it was something interesting to touch on, because I am seeing those leaks come, to the bear, but we'll cover them more if there's anything more to say, but I don't really think there is at this point. All right, my friends, that's it. Let's get the hell out of here. It's time to go. Chris, goodbye to you, my friend.
Goodbye, Colin.
Where are you going to do with the rest of your day?
I don't know. I don't know. I've been so not lethargic, but inactive in the last week. So I kind of just expected the rest of this day to just be like sitting at home again. So I don't know. I'll probably try and cook something tonight. Meal prep, as it were. But I don't know. I don't really got anything going on. I got to find a new game to play after alongside Spyro. So I'm going to go through my list of stuff that I want to get through and settle on something today at the very least.
Cool.
But
you're going to do some Star Wars kid stuff in front of that green screen?
Oh, man. I hope, rest in peace, that guy.
Did he die?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. He got exploded. Yeah, he got exploded? Yeah.
By a Star Destroyer.
Yeah, he sat on a landmine in Central Park and he exploded.
Oh my God, that's it. It's getting dangerous out there.
It's getting dangerous. He's not dead, by the way. Don't write that guy and tell him I killed him or anything.
Yet.
Dustin, goodbye.
Goodbye. Colin, the other thing too, put my Apple Watch back on using the fitness tracking.
Oh yeah, it's cool. It's nice, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to, here's what I realized, my diet update for the week. So when I calculated all my calories and stuff, I was thinking about a person that has a normal amount of movement in a day. That's not me. As someone who doesn't leave the house for the most part and works from a desk. So really thinking about those steps recently, trying to get a lot more steps in, which is very hard when it's 10 degrees outside. But I'm looking at some of those under desk treadmills, which sounds like it could be nice, but at the same time,
yeah, those I don't know. We had those at IGN, like the ones we even had treadmill desks and all the things under the desk and all that.
Yeah,
I don't know, man. Do you really want to be doing that? I am going to get a standing desk, I think, but
oh yeah, I meant to ask you about that.
My back's
standing
fucking
desk?
my back is just totally shot. But yeah, dude, this is it's great. Like this is my for the month, my average calorie burn working out, like between my walking and lifting and cardio is 879. It's fun.
Oh yeah, nice.
It's fun to track it. But I think I'm gaining a little weight, no doubt. So
my steps today are 1,644. So
Today?
yeah,
The fuck?
yeah.
Where'd you go?
And that I actually figured out a way that I can walk around my house a little bit. So when I was doing something else, I was okay. Listen. I was on call. I was waiting on the phone because I discovered the couch I mentioned earlier is now $100 cheaper than when I bought it. So I called them and got it adjusted, but I was on hold for like 20 minutes. I was like, well, perfect time to get some steps in, and I don't have a treadmill. So I have a little circuit. Will I continue to use it? I don't know. If anyone looks in my house, they're going to think it's fucking The Shining in here, though, if I keep walking around in this circle. So we'll see.
All right. Let's get the hell out of here. My friends, thank you for your time today. Hope you guys are well. Thank you all out there for your love, kindness, and support. All things Last Stand Media, Sacred Symbols, etc. Patreon.com/LastStandMedia for early ad-free access, and so on and so forth. We could not do without you over there, so thank you so much for that. LastStandMedia.store for merch, all shipped right here from my home. We'll see you next time for more Sacred Symbols. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.
You're rolling.
All right, let's clap. 3, 2, 1. Cool. Oh.
Oh.
Ew, I don't like these. I don't like these noises at all.
Oh. All right, here we go. Greetings and salutations. Welcome to Sacred Symbols. Well, that's not how we open up.